I walked into Hamilton, which I love to walk.
It's a good walk. Did you walk through the railway trail, which is also beautiful? It's
I don't remember.
Bermuda's largest and most prominent national park.
Oh, how
it
wonderful.
goes from one end to the other, and it was actually a railway trail in the early part of, I want to say, 1800s. 1900s.
They built a railway here in Bermuda for 21 Mile
But there was
Island.
actually a very large
Wow.
choo-choo train going across 21 square miles, believe it or not.
And then it stopped. It's
And
not
then
there.
it stopped, yes.
Wow. That's really cool. You think about
But
how the
now
island
it's a
would have
beautiful
developed.
park.
But you think about how the island would have developed if you had like light rail everywhere, right? Be very different experience to be here.
But now it's, it's a very quiet, beautiful sanctuary without like a large train traveling.
Yeah.
in the
Noisy
middle
and
of it.
polluted. Right, exactly.
But what it left behind, like I said, was a beautiful sanctuary for you to walk from one end of the island to the other.
That's a cool thing to do. So people do that all the time. They just take parts of
absolutely.
it and they walk.
We also have major events on the railway trail, large charitable events. One of them is called End to End, typically held in early May. It raises hundreds of thousands of dollars for many, many charitable organizations in Bermuda.
So we're chatting with Michael Takuto, who is the leader of the Bermuda Tourism Authority. How many visitors, give me some stats, how many visitors more or less come to visit Bermuda every year?
So over 600,000, both air and cruise, come to the destination annually.
So that means hospitality is a big deal here.
It always has been. Bermuda has been built on tourism for many, many decades. It's a critical part of our infrastructure, a critical part of our economy. It employs hundreds of people, and it's a large ecosystem, ranging from transportation to food to culture to the arts to hotels. So every single industry sector that supports hospitality and tourism is critical to.
So COVID COVID must have been a big hit to Bermuda.
We were pretty silent at that time, just like the rest of the world.
Yes.
But the good part is we're super resilient. We've been able to come back very strong. We've rebuilt. Many of the hotels have reinvested in their properties. We have been able to expand our airlift.
The Bermuda Air thing is pretty great, right?
And what Bermuda Air has done
pretty great. Yeah.
Give us access into some really important gateway cities.
Well, enable a lot of people to discover Bermuda at a reasonable cost for a long weekend that previously they would have thought that they had to get, on a boat or make a connection to go to. It's just much. I had no idea.
Yeah, it's less than 2 hours away from Westchester,
Right, I didn't. Right.
LaGuardia, Newark, and you're here in a different part of the world. It's absolutely different from where you are in New York to now being in the sanctuary in the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah. And it really feels like that. It really feels like a sanctuary. I'm looking at a very blue ocean. I'm looking at peaceful views, a quiet sky. Of course, we were whisked away to this beautiful Rosewood Hotel. That doesn't hurt either. It's really a nice place to be.
No, it's beautiful. I wouldn't mind spending the weekend here as well.
It's really a nice place to be. When I stayed the other time at Stonington, I just remember that I went there because they were like experimenting in culinary things or something like
Correct.
that.
Correct. Stonington actually used to be the official kind of hospitality institute for Bermuda.
Okay.
So a lot of the talent that we have today was actually educated and trained at the Stonington Institute.
That's very cool.
It was a critical part of developing talent around hospitality. What better way to learn about tourism than to have a hands-on experience right in a hotel.
So if I was writing the column, you've got 48 hours in Bermuda, what do I want to make sure I see?
Well, let's see. You definitely want to experience the ocean, depending on the time of the year. I would suggest everyone put their feet in the ocean and use their fingertips to run their hands across the pink sand beaches. I would immerse myself in culture and connect with the people of Bermuda, which I think is probably the most important. Have a conversation with a Bermudian. Then you'll really understand what it's like to live here, and really understand what we represent, what we stand for. And I would go to some of the galleries. The Bermuda National Gallery has a very unique exhibit on at the moment. It's pencil drawings by Michael Frith. Those of you who are listening who don't know who he is, he's actually the creator of Fraggle Rock. which stems from the Crystal Caves in Bermuda. Crystal Caves is a unique geological structure, which is a cave located under the ground in the eastern end of the island. I'm going to use my correct words, and you have the opportunity to see stalactites and stalagmites.
I remember that from 8th grade,
and
right?
And the beautiful lagoon waters, which are quite frigid but beautiful. And you walk several steps underground. The funny story is that the Crystal Cave was discovered by a young man, a little boy, who was playing with his ball, and his ball fell into a mysterious hole down several hundred feet into this beautiful sanctuary of stalactites and stalagmites and this lagoon of turquoise water. And from that became Crystal Caves.
That's very cool. So now it's a tourist site.
Correct. Visitors can come to the island. They can pay a small fee, but they can venture down into the caves. Those of you who like spelunking, it's probably something that you would enjoy.
Caving thing, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And you get to experience kind of, this very unique, cold, peaceful, silent, beautiful, under the earth cave.
And you were saying to get to know the Bermudian people and what you stand for. So tell me some adjectives. What do you think it means to be Bermudian? What do you think it does mean to stand for?
Well, let's see. I'm Bermudian. I'm a local boy. I like to nip around the road, as we would say.
Nip around the road?
Nip around the road. We have these little terms that we use, and when you come to Bermuda, you'll have an engaging conversation with them, whether you're in a taxi with them coming from the airport. Make sure you ask them to tell you some unique kind of phrases that are commonly used in Bermuda so that you can pick up on them and have conversations with a local.
Nip around the road. And that just means get around?
Just get around.
Just get around. When I was a kid, I remember Bermuda was famous for mopeds.
Yes.
Do they still do that
have
around
them?
there?
We still have mopeds. You can come to the island and you can rent a moped for one or for two. It's, obviously a two-wheeled vehicle that you get on.
I'm going to have someone else drive me. I'm
you're going to be on the opposite side of the road.
Yeah, that's
so you
the
need
first
to be a
thing
little
I
bit
noticed,
careful about
Michael.
that.
I got in the car and I'm like, wait a minute, the steering wheel's on the right side.
Yeah.
It's not on the left side.
And you asked me what I like to do personally.
Yeah.
And I'm a New Yorker at heart.
Are you?
I am. I spent a lot of time in New York. I went to University of New York.
You did?
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
I went to NYU.
Me too.
So I love New York. I try to spend as much time as possible in New York.
When's the last time you were there?
3 weeks ago.
Did
so
you?
I just came back. I spent most of my year in New York last year.
Oh, my God. So what was your impression of the city?
I love the city. I'm a New York boy. I get on the subway.
But the smell doesn't get you, all the marijuana everywhere. It's bothering me a lot.
Everybody needs to be high once in a while. And so it helps me get through the day.
Michael,
and a funny story, I was diversifying my knowledge and my intelligence and my creative spirit. So I did an interior design course at the New School last year.
That's cool.
So I was on the subway getting high on a regular basis. So it was good.
Your rooms were more psychedelic in character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
So you love New York, huh?
I do.
Yeah. Do you go to theater?
I do. I haven't been to theater recently. I love the ballet.
Do you?
Yeah. Many years ago, I saw the Swan Lake by the French company. And I remember going to Swan Lake with friends from university who fell asleep during the show, and I was the only one awake. But what a magical experience.
That's very, very cool. I haven't been to the ballet in forever. And I used to go to the theater all the time, and then I became a grandma. Abby just turned 2.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And my kids live in the city. So any spare time now, instead of going to the theater, I'm like, oh, I'll just go see my granddaughter. And so I've missed a lot. And I'm thinking she's not quite old enough yet, but in a couple of years, she's going to take my hand and we're going to go together.
Good.
That's what we're going to do.
Those are the special moments. I think, one of the things that Bermuda has been known for is, family vacations.
Yes.
Multi-generational vacations, which have become so important.
I think that's right,
particularly
Michael.
now where maybe we've lost a little bit of our values and we're a little confused generally, globally in the world. And we just want special moments. We want to be present with people that we care about. And And Bermuda's so convenient. It's easy to get to, even when you have a 2-year-old.
No, it's
and
really
a
easy to
and a
get
grandmother.
to. No, it's really easy to get to.
And,
And that's the number one criteria. Easy to get to and good weather when you get there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then also it's nice and classy. Like I was thinking this morning as I was taking a nice
Class is
hot
always
shower.
good, right?
I like classy.
Yeah, me too.
And I like good water. And I was thinking to myself, I'm on an island where, I mean, they're giving me bottled water, but if I wanted to, I could drink water from the sink. I don't have to worry about stuff. You've got sort of an elegance of lifestyle here. So it's like a first world island. It's first world. It's
yeah,
not,
I mean, I don't want to be snobby, but you don't need to get vaccinated or take all
That's
these
what I mean. It's not being snobby. It's just
painful
about
shots, so you don't have to worry about vomiting after drinking water or swallowing ice. You know, it's pretty simple and easy. You know, you get on a plane, you come here, you can drink the water. You can discover the entire island and not be concerned about safety. And that's really important.
It is.
And it's very unique. It's not something that you can just feel confident that you're going to be safe everywhere you go today.
Thank you, Michael.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's February 13th. On this day in 2004, Mattel announced that Barbie and Ken were splitting up.
Hiya, Bobby.
Hi, Ken. I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world.
In 1993, Double Dare, starring Mark Summers, was the #1 game show on daytime TV.
I never wanted to do a kid show. So in my mind, I was Alex Trebek or Pat Sajak. I treated them like they were grown-ups, and that worked for me.
And in 1992, the #1 movie at the box office was Wayne's World.
I see a little silhouette of a man. Scaramouche when you do the fandango.
February 13th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Peter King. The House and Senate are set to start a 10-day break, but there's no agreement on new restrictions for ICE that would keep money flowing to DHS. Here's correspondent Nicole Killian.
The Department of Homeland Security is poised for a shutdown in light of this potential funding lapse because short of a vote here on Capitol Hill, there is no way to keep the agency open. And as of now, there are no 11th hour plans to hold a vote.
The president says a new report on consumer prices proves that his policies are working.
President Trump says the report shows what he already knew.
The numbers were surprising, except to me, they weren't surprising.
The president is referring to the Consumer Price Index. That key measure of inflation shows prices fell to a nearly 5-year low last month, led in part by a deceleration in apartment rental prices and lower gas prices. While price hikes are slowing, costs of food, gas, and apartment rentals are still around 25% higher than they were 5 years ago. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Nearly 2 weeks after she was taken from her home, the FBI has increased its reward in the Nancy Guthrie case, and it's released a new description of the suspect seen on her doorbell camera. More from CBS's Andres Gutierrez in Tucson.
The FBI has updated their missing persons poster to reflect this description. The tips are right now being reviewed over at the FBI National Threat Operations Center, and agents out here on the ground are hitting those tips, and they're vetting them as soon as they get them.
A Brazilian au pair gets 10 years in prison for her part in a scheme to kill her boss's wife and another man in Virginia. That story from CBS's Michael Wallace.
Juliana Perez Malgalhais and Brendan Banfield were having an affair in 2023 when they plotted the murders. They lured a stranger to the house through a fetish website, hoping to pin the wife's murder on him, then kill them both. Ahead of her sentencing, Malgalhais pleaded for mercy.
God and I only know the shame and guilt.
The judge sentenced her to the maximum of 10 years, calling it the most serious manslaughter scenario her court had ever seen.
From the Pentagon, word that the U.S. military has moved thousands of Islamic State detainees from Syria to Iraq. We get more on that from CBS's Cammie McCormick.
The U.S. Central Command says the transfer included more than 5,700 adult male suspects from 61 countries. It happened in just 23 days in an effort to ease fears that fighting in Syria could trigger prison breaks. They had been held in prisons run by U.S.-backed Kurdish forces before Syrian forces drove them out. Many of the detainees will now stand trial in Iraq.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 174 points. The Nasdaq up 92. This is CBS News.
The stars shine brighter on CBS Mornings.
This is a slam dunk.
So cute.
Gail came in singing for me today.
On CBS Mornings.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love. You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
Can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
Boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The son of a New Canaan man who was murdered is not guilty by reason of insanity in his father's death. That was the ruling from an Irish court after the trial of Henry McGowan in Dublin. Henry's father, John McGowan, had flown back to Ireland from New Canaan, Connecticut after hearing of his son's mental breakdown. The court ruled that the younger McGowan suffered from schizoaffective disorder at the time he strangled John McGowan to death at a resort near Dublin in 2024. A Norwalk man is accused of stealing a victim's cell phone during a stabbing early Thursday morning. The incident happened around 12:30 a.m. Thursday near 125 South Main Street in Norwalk. The victim told officers he was stabbed in the upper chest and that the suspect stole his phone. After seeing surveillance footage, police were able to identify Christian Equata as the suspect, and he was arrested on robbery, assault, and other charges. And Norwalk police are now better equipped to better interact with the local diverse population. Recent upgrades to the department's body cameras allow officers to translate 56 different languages. With the touch of a button, officers can tell which language a subject is speaking and allows them to engage in conversation. Prior to the installation of the new technology, officers would have to wait, often wasting precious time, for a translator to arrive on scene. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roving maintenance in Milford, West Haven, and going through Long Wharf on the Wilbur Cross, north and southbound roving maintenance as well, going through Woodbridge and Orange. In lower Fairfield County, 95 northbound side, very busy in Stamford and in Norwalk, and on the southbound side, plenty of company going down to the state line. Parkway overall is your best bet. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening, a few snow showers after midnight, low near 20. Tomorrow is sunny with a high near 40. Sunday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, a lot of you know that I am a sucker for numbers. Now, I have a sports background too, so sometimes when I'm not doing this, you'll find me on the weekends, on Fridays and Saturdays, hear me on TV or years ago on radio doing stuff. So whether it was high school or college or whatever, rec league stuff. I love numbers. I love political polling. I do. Now, look, I know some polls are really good. Some polls are, meds on meds, like my people like to say. And then some polls just suck. They're bad. So you have to take that into account. And I tell this to folks all the time. Don't get overly excited by one poll that shows your candidate or the party that you normally side with or vote for way out in front. Don't do that. It's dumb. It makes no sense. On the flip side, don't get down in the dirt or the doldrums wherever you sing to when you see your candidate not doing so well. So don't get overly excited when they're doing great, and don't get down to the dumps when they're doing well. Try to see a bunch of different polls and look for a trend. This is what pollsters say, is to look for a trend. The other thing you have to watch out for in polling, and we may have that here, nobody really knows, and we're talking about a new poll that came out late yesterday regarding the Republican nominees in the Connecticut governor's race. There's 3 declared candidates right now. Ryan Fazio, who was on the show yesterday. Erin Stewart, I haven't had her on this show yet, but she's been on, I know, at least with Melissa a couple of times. And Betsy McCoy, all right? A poll came out yesterday that had Erin Stewart with what you would call a pretty healthy lead among, I think the sample was 300 likely Republican primary voters, not the convention delegates. Those are special folks, special, like my people like to say. But, and yes, I know people are going to say, well, wait, Connecticut has 3 million people. It's 300 sample. Yeah, but you can do. I'll explain that later. But there was a poll that came out yesterday, and the question is, in this poll, number one, it's only the first major poll and one of the first major polls here in the Republican race. But people are wondering, is this a push poll? Now, what a push poll is that sometimes you have polls commissioned by campaigns, and I'm not alleging this was done by the Stewart campaign, although I don't think they've actually released the wording of the questions yet. But having said that, whenever a campaign releases a poll, the first question is always, was it a push poll? Because logic would dictate, are you going to release a poll in which you didn't do well? Now, of course you're not. I don't care whether you're running for dog catcher, game warden, town council, city council, whatever. You're not going to release a poll and say, hey, I paid for this poll and my numbers are awful, right? It's not going to happen. You're going to release the poll by a reputable pollster and say, hey, look at these numbers, ain't they great? But the question is, as in this case, here a lot of people are asking the question, even though the numbers seem to be, and we'll go over the specific numbers momentarily, even though the numbers appear to be, and don't appear to be, Paul, they are, I should say, they're very good so far, and it's still a long way to go here before convention time, which I think is in May or June, I'm not sure, and a possible primary here, and the general election coming up in November. Even though we have a while to go before that, the question is, was this a push poll? Meaning that were questions engineered in the poll to more than likely give, for example, in this poll, a favorable outcome for Erin Stewart? I don't know that. I've been looking around. Maybe they've been released. I haven't seen anything. And that's what's known as a push poll. Now, Push polls are notoriously done by campaigns. And again, I'm not blaming the Stewart. I'm not saying, well, this is an obvious push poll. I'm not. But the numbers in and above themselves, though, are interesting. And it doesn't mean we can't talk about it. But what campaigns will do is they will work on the questioning, the wording of the questions to get favorable results. And then when that poll is released, they can say, well, hey, look at this. And I'm sure Betsy McCoy could do one, and I'm sure Ryan Fazio could do one. But that's kind of the buzz going on over the past day or so, or actually since last night and overnight, saying, hey, was this a push poll? Because the only polls that really are not push polls usually are the polls done by media outlets or academia, the UConn poll, the Quinnipiac poll, or polls done by, people like Hearst or whatever. If it is a non-campaign connected post, I should say, or poll, by the way, posted by somebody other than the campaign can then choose to look at it and say, wow, look at that. Hey, see, we had nothing to do with that poll. Don't say it's a push poll with us, but look how good we did. Look how we trounced that guy. And then conversely, in the side that it gets trounced, they go back to the drawing board the next day and go, geez, that poll is pretty reliable. I know those people over there. We got our rear ends handed to us. What are we doing here? So we start with the poll, and we'll look at some of these numbers. And I have a question up here at our Facebook page, facebook.com/Voice of CT. A new poll from Aaron Stewart's gubernatorial campaign. Why don't we just say governor's campaign? I know gubernatorial is goober. We've been saying that for 1,000 years. I guess if you're into Scrabble, gubernatorial campaign is good. But let's just say, to make it easier, the governor's campaign of Aaron Stewart has released a new poll. We're seeing it here with our friends on News 8. She, according to this poll, has a 39-16 lead over Ryan Fazio, says here, with likely primary voters. Now, again, I've also told you over the years, anything that says likely means it's gone through 2 or 3 other sets of questions, and that's when the pollster says, all right, it's of my opinion that I think this person is going to vote. Not necessarily for one or the other, but they are a likely voter. That's why I say, for example, any poll that says Americans or U.S. adults is not worth the paper it's printed on, if it's even printed now. So that's not worth it. Registered voters, that's a little better, but that's still not great. You want likely voters. So among 300 likely primary voters, Aaron Stewart has a 39-16 lead over Ryan Fazio. Betsy McCoy gets 9% support, which again plays into another one of my theories that we'll talk about later. But what are your opening thoughts on this? And we get a lot of people commenting on this already. A lot of people saying, hey, go Aaron. A lot of people are saying, hey, it's way, way, way too early. And a lot of people are saying, really? I don't believe this. But you tell me. We'll go over the actual details of some things we do know about the poll momentarily. But again, what are your thoughts on this? A new poll from Aaron Stewart's gubernatorial governor's race. Governor's campaign gives her a 39-16 lead over Ryan Fazio among likely primary voters. What might your thoughts be? Talk or text, or on the Facebook page, whichever way you'd like. Talk or text, same number, 203-333-9422, 888-333-WICC.
You know that the most popular person in your office is the one who brings the breakfast. And this time, that's you. With a little help from the Voice of Connecticut, make your way to voiceofct.com and enter to win the Breakfast Brigade. We'll grab a bunch of treats from Cakes by Sonia and head directly to your office. Impress your boss and be the hero of all your coworkers with the WICC Breakfast Brigade. Coming to your office soon.
Experience unparalleled customer satisfaction at Sono Collision, where our excellence in service meets top-notch repair to restore your beloved vehicles. When you choose us, you're choosing supreme expertise that ensures flawless results. Be it minor dent or major damage, our skilled team breathes life back into your car. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you could get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Proper outdoor lighting provides safety and security. Call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting for your home or business's outdoor lighting. PPC alarms can replace almost any exterior light with state-of-the-art camera floodlights. PPC Alarms camera floodlights provide safety and security detecting objects, such as people, animals, or vehicles. Camera floodlights are highly effective and a simple safety addition to any home or business. Go to ppcalarms.com to book a free consultation. ppcalarms.com.
Nonprofits and service organizations, how are you planning on engaging donors in 2026? Well, I've got a great new way. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Shopping Anyway is a one-stop shop platform to engage with existing donors and attract new donors to communicate your needs for items such as food and basic necessities, volunteers, and fundraising events you're looking to promote. Visit shoppinganyway.com. And for those looking to get more involved in giving back to their community, go to shoppinganyway.com to download the free app.
Having an office party? Having friends and family over? Catering from AB's Falafel makes your taste buds sing. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the freshest and most flavorful falafel, kebab salads, shawarma, spinach pies, hummus, and more. Catering from AB's is easy. Go to abisfalafel.com and click on catering. Pick from trays of kebabs, falafel, salads, and more. From 10 to 200. Cater your next company or family event from locally owned and operated AB's Falafel. abisfalafel.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roving maintenance in Milford, West Haven, and going through Long Wharf on the Wilbur Cross, north and southbound roving maintenance as well, going through Woodbridge and Orange in Lower Fairfield County. 95 northbound side, very busy in Stamford and in Norwalk, and on the southbound side, plenty of company going down to the state line. Parkway overall is your best bet. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Saturday, sunny with a high of 40. Partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Fairfield County. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So what do you think now? We're going to have a bunch more polls here. I know, by the way, there's a national poll I want to talk about later. And a lot more stuff coming up. Chris Caruso in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll talk to an expert here as to whether now cars will become cheaper in Connecticut because of what the president did yesterday. So a lot more with that. So we're talking about, though, this, it's been in the news. Channel 8 posted this just after we got done last night. New poll out shows that the former mayor of New Britain Aaron Stewart, in a poll that her campaign paid for, shows her with a commanding lead over both Betsy McCoy and Ryan Fazio for the Republican governor's nomination. So immediately, and this is not surprising to anybody who watches this, the minute that a campaign paid for poll shows good numbers for, in fact, the campaign and or the candidate who paid for it, most people on the other side say, well, come on, you paid for this. But you can pay for something that has normal questioning and comes out good for you. There's no law against that. This first reported in a campaign memo obtained by WTNH. In a hypothetical three-way primary between Aaron Stewart, Ryan Fazio, and Betsy McCoy, it gave Stewart 39% support, Ryan Fazio 16%, and Betsy McCoy third with 9%. That 9% is big. I'll tell you why in a moment. And the bottom line is 34% of the respondents were undecided. Morgan Wilson, a senior advisor to the Stewart campaign and VP at the firm that conducted the polling, and by the way, the firm has some pretty good ratings here as far as accuracy, saying, quote, Aaron Stewart has a competitive advantage. Now, the Fazio campaign, and this is great. I love this stuff. The Fazio campaign says the poll is fake. You think it's fake? Maybe it is. I don't know. Could be a push poll. Maybe a certain guy in D.C. would say it's fake. Fake poll, fake. No, not for Aaron. Anytime a campaign discloses the results of its own polling, accusations of biased methodology and tainted results inevitably follow, says here in the story. Now, Jim Convoy, I knew I'd do that. Rubber duck. There's an old breaker. There's an old reference for you. Jim Conroy, the top strategist for the Fazio campaign, says, quoting, instead of something different, Stewart's simply offering politics as usual with a fake push poll. So then, this is where it gets good. John Healy, a senior advisor to the Stewart campaign, says, well, if the Fazio campaign thinks our numbers are wrong, quote, they have to come forward with polling that proves it. Asked if they had any polling numbers to share with News 8, the Fazio campaign declined. Now, that doesn't prove anything. It could be every bit a push poll. It could be every bit not a push poll. It could be not a real push poll, but with some leading questions. I don't know. Now, the only way we can possibly judge that is if the questions have been released, and I haven't seen them, but certain people, wink, wink, nod, nod, know how to get them to me. So what do you think here? And by the way, I know what you're going to say. Let me put this to bed right now. I know people are going to say, well, Connecticut has how many million people? How can they figure stuff out with just 300 people? Trust me, they can do it. Because it's not like the entire state's going to vote in the primary. Nowhere near the entire state's Republican, and nowhere near the entire state's Republican primary voters who are likely voters here. So, yeah, 300 to 400 people in a concentrated subset here in Connecticut. Yeah, it's possible. Would you like to have more? You tell me. But we start with this, and it's already getting a lot of feedback on our Facebook page. Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Already got a couple of text messages on this as well. Talk or text, same number. 333-9422, 333-WICC. Do you believe the poll released by the Aaron Stewart campaign for the Republican gubernatorial nomination, showing her with a sizable lead over Ryan Fazio? Now, they paid for the poll. We haven't seen the questions yet or the methodology. So do you believe this poll? Was it a push poll, or not? You tell me. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 roving maintenance through Milford, Orange, and Long Wharf. On the Wilbur Cross, you have it on either side going through Woodbridge and through Hampton. On Lower Fairfield County 95, you're busy in Stamford and in Norwalk. Southbound side, plenty of company going down to the state line. The Parkway overall is your best bet. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening, a few snow showers after midnight, low near 20. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 40. Sunday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The silence of fresh powder. The power to get there. Discover the new Land Rover Defender at Land Rover Fairfield. Geared for epic days with top-tier equipment from CB Sportif in Westport. Master the season. Adventure calls.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
For the best FCAC high school basketball coverage, tune in Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for Nothing But Net. Every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Nothing But Net, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food, served fast.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
WICC 600 and 95.9. This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief. An inflation report out from the government today. Prices 2.4% higher in January than they were 1 year ago. CBS's Weijia Jiang.
We have a brand new statement from the White House that just came out saying today's expectations beating CPI report proves that President Trump has defeated Joe Biden's inflation crisis.
Homeland Security funding is a key component of the impasse in Washington, with a partial government shutdown looming. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns.
DHS is one of the biggest agencies in government, so the longer this goes on, the more implications it could have.
President Trump ordering the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, to head to the Middle East from the Caribbean. Injured American skier Lindsey Vonn says another surgery on her broken left leg is planned for tomorrow in Italy. On social media, she had a shout-out for her American Olympic teammates.
Good job, team, and keep crushing it.
Keep crushing it, she says. CBS News Brief, I'm Steve Kathan.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport man accused of hiding in his ex-wife's trunk and taking a shot at her was in court this week. The targeted attack happened just before Christmas last year on December 23rd in the East End. Prosecutors say João Borges de Queiroz was, quote, lying in wait with a plan to kill his ex. Borges de Queiroz, a Brazilian national, attempted to flee the country into Canada, but was stopped by immigration officials at the border. Hartford leaders are looking to cancel a contract with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which has been allowing the agency to use city-owned parking spaces behind the downtown federal building. Deputy Chief of Staff Christian Corza Godinez said city officials learned about the contract 2 weeks ago when a constituent reached out through the city website. This led to Mayor Arunan Arulampalam sending a letter to the Hartford Parking Authority requesting that the contract be canceled. Quaker Farms School in Oxford remained closed today due to heating issues. School officials say the extremely cold temperatures last weekend caused a power outage that prevented the water circulators from restarting, resulting in frozen and damaged pipes. The school will be closed on Monday and Tuesday for winter break. School officials hope to resume classes on Wednesday. The city of New Haven is issuing warnings to drivers who fail to yield to school buses. After less than 2 weeks of cameras being installed on New Haven school buses, the city has reviewed and approved 945 violations. More than 500 warning letters have been sent to drivers. Starting March 1st, failure to yield to a school bus could result in a $250 traffic ticket. Governor Ned Lamont, Attorney General William Tong, and Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Commissioner Katie Dykes have released statements in response to today's announcement from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, that it has finalized its rescinding of the, quote, endangerment finding, the landmark Obama-era determination that allows the EPA to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from motor vehicles as air pollutants under the Clean Air Act. Attorney General Tong said in part that the president, quote, wants to sell out future generations of Americans for short-term profits for fossil fuel companies and the world's biggest polluters. The governor also condemned the actions of the administration in his statement, adding, quote, Connecticut residents deserve clean air to breathe and safe communities in which to live and raise a family. Next week, the Connecticut Tenants Union will be joined by Housing Committee co-chairs Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Antonio Felipe and New London Democratic State Senator Martha Marks to host a news conference launching the campaign to expand just cause eviction protection in the 2026 legislative session. This legislation would expand Connecticut's current just cause law, which prevents landlords from evicting senior or disabled tenants without legal cause. The expansion would extend those rights to all renters in buildings with 5 or more units. Luke Melanakos Harrison from the Tenants Union says that this new law will not only protect renters, but help stabilize rent prices statewide.
How easy it is with no-fault evictions in place to just disrupt whole communities at a time by serving a bunch of notices to quit and getting a bunch of people to move so that you can raise the rents in that building from $1,000, $1,200, whatever rents people have been paying and bring them up to $2,000 plus a month.
Connecticut's gubernatorial race may have a front runner for the Republican primary. Former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart, according to polling data collected by her campaign, shows the 38-year-old taking a commanding lead to win her party's nomination. Between the 3 current declared candidates for the nomination, Stewart has support from 39% of respondents, with Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio garnering 16% and former New York Lieutenant Governor Betsy McCoy with 9%. The remaining 34% of voters were undecided. Republican campaign strategist Liz Karanowitz told WTNH-TV News 8 that Stewart's visibility among voters is one of her greatest strengths.
She's been an elected official in the Hartford, New Haven media market for 12 years. She ran for governor. She ran for lieutenant governor. This is someone who is very familiar to voters in the Hartford, New Haven media market.
And things are looking a little kinder around Fairfield this week. Thursday, St. Thomas Aquinas students kicked off its annual 5,000 Acts of Kindness Challenge. The school is participating with the goal of inspiring immeasurable acts of kindness throughout the student body and local community. Over the next 15 days, students are tracking the acts of kindness and building a, quote, kindness mountain that will culminate with a school-wide day of service at the end of the month. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 roving maintenance through Milford, Orange, and Long Wharf. On the Wilbur Cross, you have it on either side going through Woodbridge and through Hampton. On Lower Fairfield County 95, you're busy in Stamford and in Norwalk. Southbound side, plenty of company going down to the state line. The Parkway overall is your best bet. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Saturday, sunny with a high of 40. Partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so is the poll legitimate here? Now the Fazio campaign is pointing a finger back at the Stewart campaign, and you heard Chris had that story in the news about this new poll, and they're saying, well, wait a minute, hold it. Of course you're going to be, pounding your chest about a poll that you did well in, that you paid for. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The Stewart poll was conducted by a Republican consulting firm On Message working on behalf of the former mayor's campaign. And I'm not saying the poll is inaccurate. I'm not. The firm's polling operation has an A rating from respected statistician and political scientist Nate Silver. But it notes here in News 8's version of this, and that was my initial thought here, the Stewart campaign memo outlining the results did not include so-called crosstabs, and we talk about the crosstabs all the time on this show. What are the exact breakdowns of the numbers? And the important thing is, how were the questions asked? Jim Conroy, who heads the Fazio campaign, criticized the Stewart campaign for not disclosing a more detailed accounting of how the poll was done. And again, this is me talking, not him. Now, it doesn't mean that push polls aren't accurate. But a push poll, if this in fact is or was a push poll, does its best to get the answers that candidate who paid for it wants. Quote, this push poll's poorly veiled intent is only to disseminate dishonest attacks on Stewart's leading Republican competitor, Jim Conroy said. Stewart is clearly concerned by the momentum behind Ryan Fazio's campaign. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You buying this poll or not? Again, it might be accurate, but you need the crosstabs to see that. And look, anytime we get a Quinnipiac poll or a Sacred Heart poll or a Yukon poll or something from Fox or CNN, they usually give you a link, a PDF link, where you can download the entire questionnaire. And what did the pollster say? Now, if I was the Stewart campaign and the poll was legitimate and I had some faith in how the questions were asked, I'd post those. I haven't seen them yet, though. Now, to me, the wild card in this whole thing, and I told you this over and over again, and I'm begging the Republican voters here, don't do what you stupidly did a couple of years ago. And with all due respect to her, I'm sure she's a very nice person, but what did I tell you about Leora Levy? I told you she had zero chance against Richard Blumenthal versus Themis Claridis, who was polling at 50-50. So again, you see the Betsy McCoy number at 9%, and I'm saying to myself, here we go. Here we go. I'm telling you, folks, I know this for a fact. There are people within the Republican electorate in this state that don't like Aaron Stewart. I've seen it online. They think she's a rhino. They think she's a Democrat masquerading as a Republican. You wait. Folks, I'm telling you, if she can qualify for a primary, you watch the potentially disruptive numbers that Betsy McCoy brings to the table.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 roving maintenance through Milford, Orange, and Long Wharf. On the Wilbur Cross, you have it on either side going through Woodbridge and through Hampton. On Lower Fairfield County 95, you're busy in Stamford and in Norwalk. Southbound side, plenty of company going down to the state line. The Parkway overall is your best bet. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Tomorrow is sunny with a high near 40. Sunday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
All the latest for your ride home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
So is it a phony poll or not? That's at least the accusation in a roundabout way coming from the Ryan Fazio campaign, pointing to the Aaron Stewart campaign, both the major candidates for governor there on the Republican side, along with former New York State Lieutenant Governor Betsy McCoy, who's coming in at 9%. But this poll was released right around news time last night when we were getting done. News 8 picked it up here. Poll showing a poll that, by the way, that was paid for by the Stewart campaign, showing that the former multi-term mayor of New Britain, Aaron Stewart, has a 39-16 lead over Ryan Fazio with likely primary voters. The Fazio campaign says, well, let's see the crosstabs. Let's see the exact way the question was asked and how it was answered, by whom, and what were the possible choices, too. That's another thing. And again, I'm not accusing anybody of anything here. I'm just trying to explain to you what the deal is here. And apparently, according to what News 8 said and some other people are saying here, this poll was done by a reputable pollster with very good ratings. But again, remember something. When you're paying, and these polls cost a lot of money, when you're paying big money to these pollsters, and it is a campaign paying the money, you sometimes expect certain things because remember, even though, she's qualified for the public financing things, there are other ways that you're looking for people to get involved here. And let me say this again and again. I'm not accusing anybody of anything here, but the response from the Fazio campaign does not surprise me here. Is the gap exactly that much? I don't know. 38 or 39 to 16, it might be. I have no idea. But I will say this. I like to see the exact crosstabs. Ages, respondents, how the question was phrased, what was asked up front, what were the alternative questions, what were the choices that were given to respondents. And again, when it is a media poll, we almost always get that, whether it's Fox or CNN or Quinnipiac or Harvard Harris or Rasmussen or whatever, we get the information as to how they asked that question. So we'll see. You tell me, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, how are you, sir? What's up?
Reverend, for this poll, there's a lot of polls in New Britain, by the way.
That's pretty good, yeah.
But anyway,
that was a rough one.
The only politician that I've heard say something good was Betsy McCoy.
Yeah.
Who said that she would, I think it was exempt senior citizens from the education part of their property tax.
Okay. That's never going to happen.
About over 60%.
That's never going to happen in this state. And plus, she said she wants to get rid of the income tax. That's never going to happen either.
Well, yeah, for taxes, a big way, one thing they could do is like they do down in Virginia. Mm-hmm. They got 1% on regular food stuff.
Yeah.
So you imagine how much that would bring in?
Of course. Of course.
And if they raised the tax on tattoos and piercings.
Yeah, okay. Thanks,
that
Bob.
would
I'm sure it'd bring in billions. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Yeah, okay. Listen, with all due respect to Betsy McCoy, I will never attain her level of income. I will never attain her media stature. I will never write for a major newspaper that she has. I will never do a bunch of things that Betsy McCoy has done. With all that being said, she's got no shot. She's got, and this is, again, this is not belittling her or any of her ideas, but in the present structure of this race, she's got no shot. She's got zero reasonable shot. Doesn't mean I'm not going to have her on the program eventually. It doesn't mean that I've interviewed her a couple of times before, way back in the Clinton years when she was wrestling with Hillary about health care. That's kind of her forte here. But she's got no shot. She's never won an election on her own. You cannot get rid of the income tax. Well, you could, and then where do you find 52% of the revenue for this state? Can we please be serious here? Now, my theory is, and I will continue with this theory, whether you think I'm cracking up or not, I think part of the reason that she's getting 9% is she's saying things that are appealing, and not that they're bad things. But this notion about a lot of this stuff with taxes and doing this, it's never going to happen in the foreseeable future. It's not going to happen. And I fear that some, not all, some of the primary voters in this state on the Republican side would love for Betsy McCoy to get on the ballot, and listen, the more the merrier. I'm all about that. But the prime reason they want Betsy McCoy on the ballot, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong, and I will publicly apologize to her if I have to. But at this point, there are a lot of Republicans. You have to trust me on this because I see these people all the time, and I converse with them sometimes. They don't, a lot of the far right wing of the Republican Party in Connecticut, they don't like Erin Stewart, and they don't hide it. And it's nothing uber vitriolic, but they don't like her policies. They don't like her spending ideas. They don't like her ideas on abortion and a bunch of other things. And I've seen some pretty influential people in the party say things. Well, she's a rhino. This is the one that made me laugh. She's a Democrat in disguise, calling herself a Republican. Okay, well, if that's what it takes to get a Republican elected in this state, what do you care? Why do you care? Or are you going to latch off onto this jackasinine purity test? Here we go again. And I'm not saying that Ryan wouldn't make a good governor either. We might, with Ryan or Erin, we might actually get something done about power policy in this state, which the current majority in Hartford apparently doesn't give a rat's ass about. But the Republican Party has to stop wasting time on things that they know is not going to happen and people that they know are going to have a very tough time, if not an impossible time, in getting elected. But look, I'm for the more the merrier. The more the merrier. But after that ridiculous move, and I understand people vote the way they vote, but for everybody that cries and moans and whines about, oh, Dick Blumenthal, well, then why did a lot of GOP members choose to gong, figuratively, a woman who at least, now I don't think Themis Claridis would have beaten Dick Blumenthal, but it would have been a hell of a lot closer than Leora Levy did. Nothing against Leora Levy. But the reality is the reality. Numbers are numbers. It's like people I see all the time, well, I can't believe Blumenthal keeps getting reelected. Well, he does. And it's not close. Well, it's all the illegals voting in this state. No, it's not. Every time Dick Blumenthal runs, he blows the Republican opposing him out of the water. And maybe that should have the Republicans. Now, I'm not talking about the people that run the party, because people like Ben Proto, they understand what's going on. But some of the knucklehead Republican voters in this state and hammerhead voters on the side, it is mind-boggling. Every 2 years or every 4 years, it's the same crop of candidates over and over and over and over again. Make it stop. God almighty, make it stop. But what are your thoughts? I'm sorry, folks. Can you tell there are things that I don't have a lot of patience about? If you've run twice and haven't won, go away. It's very nice that you try, but oh my God, traffic and weather together right here on WICC as we're coming back.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 roving maintenance through Milford, Orange, and Long Wharf. On the Wilbur Cross, you have it on either side going through Woodbridge and through Hampton. On Lower Fairfield County 95, you're busy in Stamford and in Norwalk. Southbound side, plenty of company going down to the state line. The Parkway overall is your best bet. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Saturday, sunny with a high of 40. Partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
So I would like to see, and hopefully the Stewart campaign will release these, because I'm interested to see them. Not that I'm siding with Ryan Fazio's campaign here. I'm really not. I don't care who comes out on top in polls like this. Yeah, I mean, it's a head turner. It gets people like me talking about it. It gets people like you thinking about it. But just show the crosstabs. That's all. How are the questions worded? Now, I know that's not really of utmost importance, because the idea is for a poll to make news in and above itself, which is what we're doing here. Hey, I took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. I told you I'm a sucker for polls here. But one thing I do agree with the Fazio campaign on is, listen, we get that the Stewart campaign wants to get her name out there. I get it. Show the poll. Show the crosstabs. People are pretty sophisticated now. This is not 10, 15, 20, or 30 years old. They say, okay, former mayor, that's nice. I admired what you did there in New Britain. Show how the questions were worded, and let us make our own decision on that. But either way, and in fact, even for the Fazio campaign, when you think about it, this has helped him too. Listen, it gets you free mentions in a major news cycle on a state network TV affiliate. What's not to like? All right, coming up, we have a story here that makes me wonder if we are regressing mentally in this society.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Peter King. Congress is about to recess, and with no agreement on funding Homeland Security, DHS workers won't get paychecks until the stalemate between Democrats and Republicans is resolved. CBS's Torian Small is on Capitol Hill.
It's all but certain that a partial government shutdown will happen. We know that Minority Leader Chuck Schumer rejected an 11th hour counter-proposal from the Trump administration. He said it just was inadequate and didn't live up to the standards that his conference set forth. We know it's about a 10-point plan of reforms that Democrats are looking to push. That includes body cameras for all ICE agents.
In St. Paul, Minnesota, supporters of journalist Don Lemon outside the courthouse where he and 4 others are being arraigned. They're accused of disrupting a service at a church where an ICE official was a pastor. Video appears to support Lemon's claim that he was simply reporting on what happened. The arraignment happening as ICE pulls out of Minneapolis and as a federal criminal probe starts into allegations that ICE officers lied about the shooting of a Venezuelan man there. Tough talk from the president during a visit to Fort Bragg, North Carolina this afternoon. CBS's Linda Kenyon is at the White House.
The president praised the troops at Fort Bragg who removed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
We are feared by the enemies
all over the globe.
His comments come as he ordered a second U.S. military aircraft carrier to the Middle East to pressure Iran to make a nuclear deal.
They've been difficult to make a deal. I thought we would have had a deal last time. They wish they did.
Iran and the U.S. have been holding talks in Oman over Iran's nuclear program. But the president says if those talks are not successful, quote, it's going to be a very bad day for Iran.
A Brazilian au pair convicted in a murder plot involving her boss and lover was remorseful as she learned her sentence today.
God and I only know the shame and guilt and sorrow I carry for all I have caused.
Juliana Perez Magalhaes and Brendan Banfield were having an affair in 2023 when they lured a stranger into the house online, hoping to pin the wife's murder on him. They killed them both. Magalhaes testified against Banfield. She pled guilty to manslaughter and received a 10-year sentence on the produced charges. The price of showing love this Valentine's Day is up again. CBS's Jolynn Kent.
Over the past 5 years, prices for Valentine's classics have jumped more than 20%, including jewelry, dining out, cards, gift wrapping, and flowers. Chocolate prices have spiked more than 70%.
Makes me a little more grateful for the balloons my wife just gave me. The Dow is up 72. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-455-5544. 800-455-5544. Again, that's 800-455-5544.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Quaker Farms School in Oxford remains closed today due to heating issues. School officials say the extremely cold temperatures last weekend caused a power outage that prevented the water circulators from restarting, resulting in frozen and damaged pipes. The school will be closed on Monday and Tuesday for winter break. School officials hope to resume classes on Wednesday. Next week, the Connecticut Tenants Union will be joined by Housing Committee co-chairs Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Antonio Felipe and New London Democratic State Senator Martha Marks to host a news conference launching the campaign to expand just cause eviction protection in the 2026 legislative session. This legislation would expand Connecticut's current just cause law, which prevents landlords from evicting senior or disabled tenants without legal cause. The expansion would extend those rights to all renters in buildings with 5 or more units. Luke Melanakos Harrison from the Tenants Union says that this new law will not only protect renters, but help stabilize rent prices statewide.
How easy it is with no-fault evictions in place to just disrupt whole communities at a time by serving a bunch of notices to quit and getting a bunch of people to move so that you can raise the rents in that building from $1,000, $1,200, whatever rents people have been paying, and bring them up to $2,000 plus a month.
And things are looking a little kinder around Fairfield this week. Thursday, St. Thomas Aquinas students kicked off its annual 5,000 Acts of Kindness Challenge. The school is participating with the goal of inspiring measurable acts of kindness throughout the student body and local community. Over the next 15 days, students are tracking the acts of kindness and building a, quote, kindness mountain that will culminate with a school-wide day of service at the end of the month. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. The Lower Merritt is the way to go. New Haven, 95 on the northbound side, over 20 minutes from the Milford Connector going through West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, you're all bunched up at the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84, the eastbound side, just extra cars through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Kraus WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening, a few snow showers after midnight, low near 20. Tomorrow is sunny with a high near 40. Sunday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, sometimes there are things in society that make me wonder if we are regressing. You know, there are people that are saying, hey, you know, the skull size of human beings is getting smaller. Our brains may be shrinking here. Maybe we're starting to, if not evolve, de-evolve or devo. Remember the band Devo there? They had a purpose behind that name. What are you talking about, Paul? Well, I'm talking about this. And for all you people, all of my friends out there, and you can chime in on this if you want to talk about it, whatever, at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. If you want to say I'm wrong about this, you can go ahead and try, but I'm not. And a lot of you people, you know, when I get angry emails and I get angry text messages of people that say, well, you're all for the surveillance society and you want cameras everywhere, don't you? And I'm sitting here going, yeah, really, it wouldn't bother me at all. I mean, I lead a boring life and I'm not a criminal and I'm not doing dumb things like this. Chris had this in his news. It's a Brian Zahn story in the New Haven Register. Now, I hear this, I read this, and I wonder what exactly is going on here. Now, I need you to explain this to me. Now, I will admit that I went to school a long time ago. I will admit that I learned how to drive a long time ago. And I think you know where we're going on this one if you heard the news. I got my license in 1977. Yeah, long time ago. I've been driving a lot of years, racking up hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles. Okay, I don't think that makes me super special or whatever. But having said that, there were certain things that I was taught, and you know where I'm going with this, as a driver that you just don't do. And one of them was to pass a school bus illegally. And there's been pushback now. Bridgeport started doing it in some other cities and towns. There's been pushback. Oh, this is the one I love. Oh my God, our personal freedoms. Oh, it's the surveillance society. We're being watched everywhere. Well, you know why you're being watched? Because a lot of you are jackasses. That's why you're being watched. Cameras on New Haven school buses spotted 945 drivers passing the buses illegally in less than 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks. 945 people passed the buses illegally in less than 2 weeks. This happening after the city launched a program to use automated traffic cameras affixed to the buses. Yes, and Bridgeport started doing this, I think, a few months ago. So I still need somebody to tell me, because I haven't taken a driving class, haven't had to, since 1977. I'm asking this honestly now. I'm not doing this just for, hey, it's the wacky talk show host here. Do they teach this in driving school anymore? Have you had a son or a daughter or a grandson or a granddaughter, stepdaughter, stepson, niece, nephew, whatever, the kid next door? Have they talked to you about driver's ed? Are they teaching this in driver's ed? Are people not paying attention? Are they high? Are they popping CBD gummies? Are they on their phones? I need somebody to help me with this. How is it possible that in less than 2 weeks of monitoring, less than 14 days, how is it possible that 900 and not 9, not 94 and a half, 945 drivers passed school buses illegally in under 2 weeks? This is why we have cameras. It's mind-boggling. City officials announced the start of a warning period on the 30th of January, the official start of a program to use license plate reading technology to capture drivers going or ignoring illuminated, flashing school buses with the arm extended. When the warning period is over, $250 fines are going to be issued by the city. Good. You know what? It should be twice. It should be twice. But that's almost the back end of the story. I don't understand. Are people not taught this? Are they taught this and they don't care? Are they high? Are they illegals that can't speak English and don't really want to? City spokesman Lenny Speiler said that as of Tuesday, 7 school days since the start of the warning period, 945 violations were reviewed and approved by the city. It's happening in New Haven 135 times a day. And yes, they're using license plate readers. This is why license plate readers exist. Well, it's not necessarily the... now, here's the one I get all the time. Well, you know, Paul, it only reads the license plate. It doesn't tell you who's driving the car. I don't care. Well, maybe it's not the owner of the car. All right, and that's even worse. Maybe the owner of the car is giving the keys to some moron in his family who doesn't understand you don't pass school buses. Speiler said roughly 300 school buses have the cameras so far, and 574 of the 945 violators have been mailed warnings. We'll go to the phones momentarily. Bill, hang out. But you know what's going to happen here, folks? Well, here comes the ACLU. Here comes the NAACP. Well, this is not right. It's surveillance. We should no. You know what? It is surveillance, and that's good. It's always a good thing when we surveil the idiots, the morons, and the gavons out there. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Outpatient therapy services now available in Fairfield and Guilford. Gaylord.org.
Recently, a lot of new law firms have been showing up here in Connecticut. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up for the people of this state for more than 85 years. When our neighbors are injured, we fight to get them the results they deserve. Because we're from here. We know the people, the court system, investigators, medical specialists, and we have a track record of delivering for our clients. If you get hurt, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that our food pantry served over 1.5 million meals and 1.8 million pounds of food in 2025?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Stream WICC anywhere. Wherever you go, we go. Go to voiceofct.com and click on Listen Live. Brought to you by the Connecticut Lottery. Visit ctlottery.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. The Lower Merritt is the way to go. New Haven, 95 on the northbound side, over 20 minutes from the Milford Connector going through West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, you're all bunched up at the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84, the eastbound side, just extra cars through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Kraus WICC traffic.
For this evening at tonight, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Saturday sunny with a high of 40. Partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Bridgeport. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And I know the city of Bridgeport embarked on the license plate readers on buses a little while ago. Now New Haven is doing it. Please explain to me the level of moron that you have to be to pass a school bus. And this is not happening a sprinkling of times. We heard it in Bridgeport. And now in New Haven, 945 times. Thankfully, yes, the surveillance state, yes. This is why you're surveilled, because many among you were idiots. 945 drivers passing school buses illegally in under 2 weeks. Mind-boggling. Do they not teach this in driving school anymore? Is everybody high the day they talk about this? Are they illegals? Do they not speak English, Mang? I don't know. You tell me. Bill in Norwalk is here. Bill, you're on WICC. What's up?
Thank you, Paul. Enjoy your show.
Thank you.
Enjoy your perspective.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm in your ilk as far as when I got my license, about the same time.
Yeah.
Long story short, of course, we only had the yellow flashing lights. I think they had the red come on afterwards, or maybe it was yellow and then the reds.
Yeah.
We never had the sign. Having said that, I do notice the drivers are different today than when I took the school bus and rode it.
Yeah.
And then after I finished with the school bus, watching them operating, they seem to be sometimes, how can I say it, more passive, aggressive. I've been on the road and seen them open their stop sign very abruptly. So they come up to the stop very quickly and open up that sign. So once that sign opens, it activates, I believe, the camera's potential, but it doesn't give a driver necessarily the fair opportunity. I recall buses pulling up with the yellow lights flashing, and then 1, 2 maybe, and then the sign would come out, or the red lights would come on in my day, and now the sign would come out. But I've seen some drivers that are very quick to put that sign out there, and they cause, in my opinion, some of these tickets to go out. Now, there are other drivers that are just like you've used your expression, seen gots in the head or whatever.
Yeah.
Of course, I would never do that. It's just, forget about it. It's not worth it.
And
but,
Bill, just to your supposition, let's take the figure in New Haven, okay? In under 2 weeks in New Haven, 945 times, okay? And let's say out of that 945, let's pick 300. Let's say 300 drivers are doing what you're doing and not giving the men and women in back of them enough time.
This call will be recorded. This call is no longer being recorded.
Well, that's a good thing. I don't want to be recorded. But having said
I hit the button by accident.
that's okay. So, Bill, let's take 300 away from it. It would still be 645. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's unacceptable.
It's
I agree with you. It's
unacceptable.
Yeah. And again, I think the same thing with in my opinion, the drivers of these school buses are of a different ilk than when we grew up. I believe the drivers of the vehicles are different. Perhaps the pressures of getting from point A to point B are different. I don't know, but I would never pass a school bus.
No,
it's just ingrained in me.
Absolutely. Bill, thank you. I do have to run, sir. Thank you. And thank you for the call, Bill. Appreciate it. Yeah, and to Bill's point there, yeah, I'm sure there are some bus drivers who don't give enough lead time. I don't know how a school bus driver. Now, that's one thing I would never do is drive a school bus. God bless you men and women that do that. Because if the bus was rowdy, I would turn around and say things, and it would get me fired. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. Now, having said that, what I do as a driver, and believe me, I'm no shrinking violet here. I'm no old lady or old guy. I've gotten my share of tickets. However, never doing something like this. But you know what I do? I leave an extra. If I am directly behind a school bus, in other words, we're going the same way. If we're going the same way, I will leave an extra couple of car lengths ahead of me, figuring, hey, they may stop quickly, or the bus may make a quick stop, or letting somebody off. And Bill had mentioned, well, maybe people are in a hurry and they want to go somewhere. Yeah, I kind of get it. And I could see maybe not overreacting to this if it was, all right, in 2 weeks in New Haven, they snagged 50 people. All right, 945. So to me, does that basically mean that nobody is stopping for the school bus? What are they saying? Seriously, what are they saying? If they're the next vehicle in back of the school bus, hey, the bus is slowing down now to stop. Screw it. If I hit a kid, what the heck? Blank this. No, seriously, I hope they're not thinking it. And we saw it in Bridgeport. What was it, 2 years ago? Not this past fall, but the fall previously. I think, what was the figure? From August to September. In other words, it was the first semester, not of this past school year, but the one before that. It was thousands. So that leads me to believe that maybe it's just not being taught. Is it? Do we have any driving school instructors out there? Do we? Is it being taught? Is it being taught? Now, each answer is going to bother me because if the answer is no, I'm going to say, why not? And if the answer is yes, during the day they teach that, is everybody high? I mean, maybe half the class, I don't know. 945 drivers caught in New Haven in under 2 weeks passing school buses illegally. It's mind-boggling.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. The Lower Mare is the way to go. New Haven, 95 on the northbound side, over 20 minutes from the Milford Connector going through West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, you're all bunched up at the West Rock Tunnel. And on 84, the eastbound side, just extra cars through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Kraus WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 40. Sunday partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
This Valentine's Day, celebrate the one you love the most with Hallmark cards at Walgreens. Valentine's Day is the best time to send your favorite person a reminder of just how much they mean to you. A Hallmark card is a super simple and beautiful way to say how grateful you are for the love you two share. Don't forget, Valentine's Day is Saturday, February 14th. Visit Walgreens today to find a Hallmark card that shows just how much you care for them, because love lives here.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. With no agreement on funding Homeland Security, another partial government shutdown is imminent. That means no paychecks for workers like TSA officer Robert Echeverria.
Not being able to come home with a paycheck, it puts a toll on you, and not only on your stress level, but on your spirit.
The Brazilian au pair who turned on her co-defendant has been sentenced for a scheme to kill the man's wife and another man in Virginia. The judge sentencing the woman to 10 years in prison.
You do not deserve anything other than incarceration and a life of reflection on what you have done to the victim and this family. May it weigh heavily on your soul.
There is a tentative agreement to end the San Francisco teachers' strike. Natalie Harizi is with the teachers union.
The fact that we will now have fully funded health benefits from employee only to family by 2027 is a historic victory.
CBS News Brief, I'm Peter King.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut local news update.
The Bridgeport man accused of hiding in his ex-wife's trunk and taking a shot at her was in court this week. The targeted attack happened just before Christmas last year on December 23rd in the East End. Prosecutors say João Borges de Queiroz was, quote, lying in wait with a plan to kill his ex. Borges de Queiroz, a Brazilian national, attempted to flee the country into Canada, but was stopped by immigration officials at the border. Hartford leaders are looking to cancel a contract with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which has been allowing the agency to use a city-owned parking space behind the downtown federal building. Deputy Chief of Staff Christian Corza Godinez said city officials learned about the contract 2 weeks ago when a constituent reached out through the city website. This led to Mayor Arunan Arulampalam sending a letter to the Hartford Parking Authority requesting that the contract be canceled. Governor Ned Lamont, Attorney General William Tong, and Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Commissioner Katie Dykes have released statements in response to today's announcement from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, that it has finalized its rescinding of the, quote, endangerment finding, the landmark Obama-era determination that allows the EPA to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from motor vehicles as air pollutants under the Clean Air Act. Attorney General Tong said, in part, that the president, quote, wants to sell out future generations of Americans for short-term profits for fossil fuel companies and the world's biggest polluters. The governor also condemned the actions of the administration in his statement, adding, quote, Connecticut residents deserve clean air to breathe and safe communities in which to live and raise a family. The city of New Haven is issuing warnings to drivers who fail to yield to school buses. After less than 2 weeks of cameras being installed on New Haven school buses, the city has reviewed and approved 945 violations. More than 500 warning letters have been sent to drivers. Starting March 1st, failure to yield to a school bus could result in a $250 traffic ticket. A Norwalk man is accused of stealing a victim's cell phone during a stabbing early Thursday morning. The incident happened around 12:30 a.m. Thursday near 125 South Main Street in Norwalk. The victim told officers he was stabbed in the upper chest and that the suspect stole his phone. After seeing surveillance footage, police were able to identify Christian Equeda as the suspect, and he was arrested on robbery, assault, and other charges. Norwalk police are now better equipped to better interact with the local diverse population. Recent upgrades to the department's body cameras allow officers to translate 56 different languages. With the touch of a button, officers can tell which language a subject is speaking and allows them to engage in conversation. Prior to the installation of the new technology, officers would have to wait, often wasting precious time, for a translator to arrive on scene. The son of a New Canaan man who was murdered is not guilty by reason of insanity in his father's death. That was the ruling from an Irish court after the trial of Henry McGowan in Dublin. Henry's father, John McGowan, had flown back to Ireland from Connecticut after hearing of his son's mental breakdown. The court ruled that the younger McGowan suffered from schizoaffective disorder at the time he strangled John McGowan to death at a resort near Dublin in 2024. And Connecticut's gubernatorial race may have a frontrunner for the Republican primary. Former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart, according to polling data collected by her campaign, shows the 38-year-old taking a commanding lead to win her party's nomination. Between the three current declared candidates for the nomination, Stewart has support from 39% of respondents, with Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio garnering 16% and former New York Lieutenant Governor Betsy McCoy with 9%. The remaining 34% of voters were undecided. Republican campaign strategist Liz Karanowitz told WTNH-TV News 8 that Stewart's visibility among voters is one of her greatest strengths.
She's been an elected official in the Hartford-New Haven media market for 12 years. She ran for governor. She ran for lieutenant governor. This is someone who is very familiar to voters in the Hartford, New Haven media market.
Ryan Fazio's campaign has questioned the validity of that poll as it was paid for by the Stewart campaign. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour. Stanford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way. The Parkway northbound delays start in Norwalk. On the southbound side, we do have an accident recorded between exit 13 and exit 10. On 95, further ahead, heavy volume delays through West Haven and Orange. Wilbur Cross northbound is a little bit easier. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Saturday, sunny with a high of 40. Partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, thank you, Mr. Williams there. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I couldn't help but hear. And folks, hang on. We'll be right back to you. Bozzy, Charles, and Margaret. We'll get right to you. I like the fact that, where did Chris mention, I guess in Norwalk, Chris, where they're those translators with the cops there and the body cams, believe you say, yeah, Norwalk. And they can sense if they don't speak the language that they're talking to a witness or a suspect in or whatever, it can automatically translate for them. That's great. Again, what TV show forecast all of this 50 years ago? Right? No, 60 years ago. Star Trek, right? Remember that? The Universal Translator. Yeah, see? A lot of things that show foretold that are coming true. Let's kick off this half hour with Margaret in Trumbull. Margaret, hi. You're on WICC. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, thank you. I just wanted to say something. First of all, I am all for real offenders getting ticketed by the bus patrols. It's great. My grandkids ride the school buses. But let me tell you what happened to me.
Okay.
I was the unlucky recipient of a ticket from Bridgeport.
Yeah. So what happened? Come on, level with us now.
Okay. What happened was I was going under the underpass on I-95, and apparently, I can't imagine it's a sanctioned bus stop because it was in a dark, dreary, and dangerous location under the I-95 underpass. Couldn't believe it.
Okay.
And upon looking at the review tapes, my vehicle was already past the bus, and a ticket was triggered nonetheless. So I reviewed, and I said, hey, I was already past the bus.
All right.
And I was so appalled at that it was in such a dangerous location to discharge. It looked like an older element. Maybe it was perhaps a middle school kid.
Yeah.
But no older than that. There was one child that did get off the bus who was on the tape. And I said, if I was the parent of that child, I would be all over the school bus company.
So did you did you get it thrown out, or did you have to pay it?
Yes, I did. Went to the
Good.
court in Bridgeport.
Good.
And it was thrown out. I didn't even have to see a hearing officer. There was somebody at the desk where you signed in.
Yeah.
And he said, oh, yes, I looked at the tape. And, you were right.
Good.
You did not pass the school bus. But I followed up. I had already written to the bus company, which is a Long Island outfit.
All right.
And I said, you need to review where
you're stopping.
I said, I can't believe that's a sanctioned bus stop under the I-95. Are they nuts?
And did you get a response back from them or anything?
Heck no.
Okay.
Heck no.
Well, Margaret, good for you. And again, Margaret, look, I'm sure of these hundreds and hundreds of stops, some of them are going to be bad, and they're not all going to be good. And it was good that you didn't even have to argue with anybody. The guy or gal just said, hey, we were wrong. See you later. Have a nice day.
Yeah, the gentleman said, oh, yeah. He said, see you later. Have a nice day. I said, oh, thank you. And I very politely left.
Nice.
I didn't know how long I would be there. My husband is disabled.
Yeah.
so I had arranged for somebody to be with him while I was fighting. I thought I'd be there at least a couple of hours.
Okay. Well, now, here's what you do. Whatever that would have cost you, you take that money and you go out and you have a nice celebratory dinner. How about that? See how that works?
Oh, yes. That sounds like a great plan.
See how that works? And if anybody says, who told you to do this, you tell them I did. How about that?
Okay. That sounds like a great plan.
All right, Margaret.
Right.
Great to have you on. Thank you. Great story. Good ending. Yeah, look, folks, I mean, I'm for these systems, but there will be mistakes. In fact, I know in cities that I think part of the law in cities and towns, not for the bus cameras, but for the red light and stoplight cameras, because sometimes you can't stop or you'll get rear-ended, or sometimes you get caught in between. You know, one of those things where you're sitting there going, oh, do I stop or want to go? Yeah, I'm going to go. Oh, it's red. Apparently, with the stoplight cameras and the red light cameras, all of those by law, under the statute that's allowing cities and towns to do this, they have to be reviewed by a police officer. So if the camera is triggered and they get a printout of a photo, the officer is going to look at, I guess, where you are in the intersection. Are you just on the stopping line? Are you well under the light and exiting the intersection before okaying the ticket? So there you go. So at least you'll know now in those situations who you have to go into the police department and bribe.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour. Stamford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way. The Parkway northbound delays start in Norwalk. On the southbound side, we do have an accident reported between exit 13 and exit 10. On 95, further ahead, heavy volume delays through West Haven and Orange. Wilbur Cross northbound is a little bit easier. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. On Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening, a few snow showers after midnight, low near 20. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 40. Sunday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man, a microphone, and a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, I'm the Connecticut Today school bus. Can you imagine me as a school bus driver? Shut up! I told you, sit down. Sit down, Mikey. By the way, is your mom's divorce finalized? Just kidding. It's a joke. Chris is looking at me like, did you really have to say it? Come on. Hey, Steve, I noticed your mom's wedding ring ain't there anymore. Oh, yeah. And Dad's a stockbroker, and she got 50% and the vacation house. Very nice. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Bozzy's here. Boz, how are you?
I love that last joke. Two things real quick.
Yeah.
A shout out to Margaret.
Good for her, huh?
She warms my heart with that Long Island accent.
Yes. I was telling Chris, I said, that's a nice Long Islander right there.
It's like the guy that calls Ganem on Sunday. Oh, he's the same way. But the other thing I want to say, I'm sitting on my 8 by 24 front porch on my 108-year-old house that faces southwest.
Yeah.
And the sun, I'm listening to your show with my, I have hearing aids.
Yeah.
And the sun on my face is just, I even got my hat off. It's just absolutely beautiful.
Who's better than you, Boz? Boz, you know what that is? You know what that is, Boz? That's the American dream right there, what you got right now.
American dream. Actually, if I go in the middle of my street on a clear day, I can see Long Island, Laugwan. I can see it right across, Anyway.
Yeah.
I just want to tell you, another New Yorker that got pinched with the camera last year. I don't drive.
Okay, yeah.
So we got pinched. My wife was beside herself.
Where?
It was in Huntington, going into Huntington Center.
All right.
But one thing I want to say before I tell you that we paid the ticket.
Yeah.
I'm not defending drivers at all. Oh,
I know.
And I think what you said that people, I think the gentleman before Margaret might have touched on something.
Yeah.
I think it's a two-part problem. Maybe the arm's got to go out to give people a little heads up, whatever. But what I want to say is we don't have bus stops anymore. That bus stops every 20 to 15 feet. Stop. I call it the yellow limit. When we were kids, and I'm from Long Island.
You had to walk.
When I went to high school. Well, yeah, I walked. When I went to Catholic school, I walked.
Yeah.
But when my nieces went to school over here on Wayne Street, they walked. But it's not that. We had a bus stop.
Yeah.
But in today's world of fairness,
it's every 10
God
feet.
Forbid, it's got to be every 10 feet. So, again, don't get me wrong.
I know what
anybody
you're
driving
saying.
Is probably nodding their head up and down. But my wife, we went down and we looked at the film. I said, you know what, we're just going to pay it. Because when you have one driver in the family, we don't have time. It would have cost me $275
to go down there.
Back and forth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you're right. It's something I remember when I took driver's ed. Now, where I'm from on Long Island, probably Margaret too, you got to be 17. I think there's 16 and then drive with an that. Just push the year back to 17 and that may help. But I remember in driver's ed back in the day, I took driver's ed in 1973.
Okay.
They had a ball come out in the street. I have a very good memory. I don't remember buses, but I do remember like different balls because it was a different world.
Yeah.
Like I'm sitting outside here. There's nobody outside.
No, nobody's paying.
You don't see.
Nobody's playing basketball. Nobody's playing tennis ball, baseball,
no one's playing football,
street hockey.
No.
No.
Those days are over.
No. They're done. That's a bygone day. But Boz, listen, look who's better than you. You're on your porch. You're watching the sun go down. You're hearing me.
Got coffee.
Yeah, you got coffee. You're hearing me talk about the March of the Gavones. It's all good, right? Right?
No, I like your part about the pickup line. That's a great place to meet attractive women. They're the right age, and they're right there when you open the door. Make sure you don't hit them in the face. Oh, hi, Mary. Hey, you can be a little charming, but yeah, you'd be a great bus driver. But, you and I are from the day where the bus driver could say, look, if you don't lower your mouth, now you'd have to be politically correct. And I think the bus driver just drives. They could care less.
So tell me, Mikey, is there any stress in your home? Boz, be good, buddy. I got to go. Take care. Yeah, I wouldn't be a good bus driver. Shut up. Except you, Billy. I hear Dad's not in the picture anymore. Oh, come on. It's a joke. Calm down. Oh, my God. The man on the radio is being so crude. Come on. I ain't crude. I'm honest. Don't give me this puritanical stuff here. Who's better than Bozzy, though? It's a Friday. It's heading into the beautiful Valentine's Day weekend. You had a nice hot beverage there in the beautiful city of Bridgeport. Looking straight line, Long Island. God, I wish they would build that bridge. Wouldn't that be great? Because I got a lot of friends and some extended family relatives on Long Island. What a pain in the arse. I love the ferry. Don't get me wrong, but it's not cheap. Wouldn't it be great just to get on the bridge in New Haven, just like they do in Key West, and just drive for about, what is it, 18 miles, I think, across the water, 18, 20 miles? Come on, at highway speed, it's a half an hour tops. And then you're right there at Port Jeff or on the North Shore. You jump on the Cross Island. First, we got to go Southern State. I got to stop and get something to eat. I'm so hungry. Charles and Danbury, memories of my married days. Charles, how are you, sir?
Good, Paul. Happy Friday.
Yes, sir.
You're bringing me back because when I was a little younger, I'd go with some friends and we'd take a boat and every now and then we'd cross over to Long Island.
Yeah.
And it's fun, like you go Oyster Bay, Lloyd's Neck there. There's a little spot where you can throw your anchor and have a couple, sodas, pops. But that was fun. Yeah, I missed that. But with the school buses, I have a funny story. Well, it's not funny at all, but it's like unbelievable. I won't say where I was, but it was kind of a rough part of Connecticut. I would say rough neighborhood.
Yeah.
Leaving a doctor's appointment, my wife was with me, and there's a school bus in front of me. Yeah. I'm the next car behind. Puts up his stoplight.
Okay.
And I'm not going to pass him. I'm just doing. I'm obeying the law. The person behind me starts honking
at you.
Passing the school bus. Oh, can you believe that?
Yes, I can. Yes, Charles, I can believe that. Yes.
I just are you crazy?
Yeah, what are you, nuts?
I'm thinking about it more now.
Yeah.
We're 16, 17 years old, many of us, when we get our driver's license.
Yeah.
I mean, we all need a refresher. And I'm convinced so many of these people don't know that that's a standard rule. So I don't know if the state can come up with something, maybe an incentive to take a defensive driving class where they pay you. Maybe, it would save lives. I don't know. Something crazy. Maybe, I'm all for Big Brother here when it comes to driving.
Yes.
You're in a many thousand pound missile where you can do a lot of damage, and we all take it for granted every day, but it's a lot of responsibility. And if you're not careful, I've almost gotten killed by people on Route 7 here who are not paying attention, and it's because I know what I'm doing and I'm aware, so it's a serious thing. We just let it go to the wayside, but make maybe every 5 years, make it mandatory. You take a course and they pay you. It'd probably be a mess to kind of organize that or put it into law. But if it saves lives and it's what we all need, especially now when we're all distracted and we can't focus as well and our head is in the clouds with technology and whatnot, it's probably worth it,
Or at least, Charles, and thank you for the call, my friend. Have a great weekend. Appreciate it. Or at least, you have these signs on the highway now, put the phone down and buckle up, or don't. At least, and maybe the state is doing this. I don't know. Do not pass a school bus, or the state should maybe buy time on these digital billboards. Maybe people Charles is right. Maybe you just need to be reminded. But Charles, to your point, I've been in that position too, where I've stopped, and like I said, I leave at least 2 car lengths in front of me if there's a school bus, and we anticipate, like Bozzy said, there's a bus stop every 6 feet. We don't want Daisy or Noah to walk a half a mile. You can't do that. Don't want to do that. So I anticipate the bus is good. And if I get frustrated because I don't want it, I go a different way. All right, let me make a right here, and I'll parallel this street, and maybe there's no school buses there. Then I do that, and there's 3 other buses, whatever. Maybe you don't make your trip until school day is over. But, yeah, that happened to me once, too, Charles. I meant to tell you. I had a guy, and I was stopped for the school bus, and some guy starts leaning on a horn. And he chirps his tires as he passes me. I'm like, well, what kind of moron are you? Seriously. What side of your head hit the floor when you fell out of the high chair? My God. Todd and Shelton's here. Todd, how are you, sir?
Hi, Mr. Pastelli. You're doing a phenomenal job over there.
Thank you, sir. It's always good to hear your voice, Todd. What's up?
Happy New Year to you. And February is a great month for me. All 4 of my son's birthdays are in February.
Nice.
One is today, one's tomorrow,
Nice.
and then 20 and the 21st.
Nice. What do they do, Todd? What do your sons do?
The youngest drives tractor trailer, delivers gasoline.
Nice.
The oldest is a helicopter mechanic at Sikorsky.
Nice. Very nice.
And the 2 guys in the middle work in factories making parts for Sikorsky.
Very nice. Very nice. And you got that.
Thank God for all of them. And I just had number 14 grandbaby on the 7th of this month. Number 14 little girl, Ileana.
Boy, I got to tell you, Todd, I guess Christmas time Grandpa's got to put out there then, huh? Wow. Jeez. Holy jeez.
Yeah, we only buy for the kids. No more adults get gifts, just the kids.
That's right.
But anyway, I'm all for the buses getting the fines out for the buses, and I wish they would tighten it up on the work zones because I worked for the highway department for 21 years, and those people want to run you over while you're out there patching the potholes.
Yeah, Todd, you're right, and thanks, Todd, and good goings, good go. Yeah, Todd's right. I mean, I usually come down I-91 for part of my drive every day you see people just blowing right through the construction zone.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, about an hour. Stanford through Fairfield. Some breaks along the way. The Parkway northbound delays start in Norwalk. On the southbound side, we do have an accident reported between exit 13 and exit 10. On 95, further ahead, heavy volume delays through West Haven and Orange. Wilbur Cross northbound is a little bit easier. Traffic report powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Saturday, sunny with a high of 40. Partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Since 2007, Jane Doe No More has improved the lives of countless survivors of sexual crimes. What started as a grassroots organization is now a growing movement. Come celebrate at the 15th Annual Gala and Dr. Henry C. Lee Awards on Saturday, March 21st at the Waterview in Monroe, Connecticut. Join presenting sponsor the Pettit Family Foundation for a Casino Royale Gala. Great food, open bar, auctions, dance party, and much more. For more information on tickets and sponsorships, visit janedoenomore.org.
All right, coming up to the top of the hour, news straight ahead, traffic and weather together. Another new poll to tell you about. Chris Caruso in the 5 o'clock hour with something you won't believe.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Peter King. The Trump administration is suing Harvard University over its affirmative action policy. Here's correspondent Cammie McCormick.
The lawsuit accuses Harvard of failing to produce documents the Justice Department wants in its investigation into whether Harvard's admissions process discriminates against white applicants. It wants a judge to order the university to turn over the records. Harvard says it has responded to the government's requests and is in compliance with the Supreme Court decision barring affirmative action in admissions. The suit is the latest salvo in President Trump's standoff with Harvard.
In St. Paul, Minnesota.
All the charges.
Supporters of journalist Don Lemon and 4 others outside the courthouse where they were arraigned for allegedly disrupting a church service where the pastor was an ICE official. Lemon pled not guilty. The feds are investigating 2 of their own in nearby Minneapolis. A pair of ICE agents accused of lying about 2 men they arrested. Here's CBS's Allison Keyes.
A federal judge dismissed felony assault charges against 2 Venezuelan men, including one shot in the leg by an ICE officer in the aftermath of an attempted traffic stop last month. The state's top prosecutor says newly discovered evidence is materially inconsistent with allegations by the ICE agents. ICE Director Todd Lyons says lying under oath is a serious federal offense.
And ICE officials say those officers are now on leave. A Brazilian au pair convicted in the murder plot involving her boss and lover has been sentenced to 10 years in prison. This is Judge Penny Ascarati.
The facts of this case demonstrate an intentional and calculated level of violence that is the most serious manslaughter scenario that this court has ever seen.
Juliana Perez Magalhaes was having an affair with Brendan Banfield, but testified against him in the double murder of Banfield's wife and the man they tried to set up as the killer. She pled guilty to reduced charges of manslaughter. Well, nearly 2 weeks after she was taken from her home, the FBI has increased its reward in the Nancy Guthrie case and released a new description of the suspect that was seen on Guthrie's doorbell camera. CBS's Andres Gutierrez is in Tucson, where he says neighbors and strangers are showing their support for Guthrie's family.
With the search now in day 13, well-wishers have turned to a local flower shop to show their support. Matt Biggs of Casa Adobe's flower shop says some of the orders for the Guthrie family have even come from outside Tucson.
I think the whole country's, on the edge of their seat right now.
The yellow roses are meant to be a symbol of hope that Nancy Guthrie will return safely to her home.
Wall Street at the close, the Dow gained 49 points and the NASDAQ lost 50. This is CBS News.
Go to the ends of the earth, half a world away. Reach for the stars.
It might take time to think. They might go get Brad.
On CBS, Sunday morning.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-455-5544. 800-455-5544. Again, that's 800-455-5544.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont, Attorney General William Tong, and Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Commissioner Katie Dykes have released statements in response to today's announcement from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, that it has finalized its rescinding of the, quote, endangerment finding, the landmark Obama-era determination that allows the EPA to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from motor vehicles as air pollutants under the Clean Air Act. Attorney General Tong said in part that the president, quote, wants to sell out future generations of Americans for short-term profits for fossil fuel companies and the world's biggest polluters. The governor also condemned the actions of the administration in his statement, adding, quote, Connecticut residents deserve clean air to breathe and safe communities in which to live and raise a family. And Connecticut's gubernatorial race may have a front-runner for the Republican primary. Former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart, according to polling data collected by her campaign, shows the 38-year-old taking a commanding lead to win her party's nomination. Between the 3 current declared candidates for the nomination, Stewart has support from 39% of respondents, with Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio garnering 16% and former New York Lieutenant Governor Betsy McCoy with 9%. The remaining 34% of voters were undecided, Republican campaign strategist Liz Karanowitz told WTNH-TV News 8 that Stewart's visibility among voters is one of her greatest strengths.
She's been an elected official in the Hartford, New Haven media market for 12 years. She ran for governor. She ran for lieutenant governor. This is someone who is very familiar to voters in the Hartford, New Haven media market.
Senator Ryan Fazio's campaign is disputing the validity of that poll insofar as it was paid for by the Stewart campaign. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound accident between exit 13 and exit 10 has things backed up through New Canaan. 95 north, at least an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. The Wilbur Cross northbound, a slow ride from exit 55 all the way up to the tunnel. No crash reported. It's just volume delays. 95 also very slow through Milford, Orange, and West Haven. 91 south in New Haven, an accident at exit 6 that's being moved to the side. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. And that's Kraus WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening, a few snow showers after midnight, low near 20. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 40. Sunday partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, I get it. A poll is only a snapshot in time. I get it. I understand it. But this one is interesting, and I want to know what you thought about it. New poll out there from Aaron Stewart's gubernatorial campaign, the multi-term former mayor of New Britain, the former candidate for a time for both governor and lieutenant governor. This poll done by a reputable pollster. The pollster's not the problem here. The poll gives her a 39-16 lead over Ryan Fazio with likely GOP primary voters. 9 points, I think, goes to former New York Lieutenant Governor Betsy McCoy. Now, the problem, though, is the Fazio campaign's calling this a fake poll because here they are saying, well, wait a minute, you paid for it. You, meaning the Stewart campaign, are you really going to release something and tout it if it didn't come out your way? And the Stewart campaign is saying, well, look at the pollster we used. He's a well-known pollster. And the Fazio campaign is saying, well, yeah, but how about releasing the crosstabs or what's called the cross tabulations? What were the questions? How'd you pick the respondents? How many did you have? Was it exactly 300? Where did they come from? What's the age group? Did you ask them how closely they were following the race? All this sort of thing. So we have this poll here that the Stewart campaign is touting, that the Fazio campaign says in their minds could be a push poll. So you tell us what you think. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk, text, or, yes, was our question of the day on Facebook, and Chris has been looking over the answers to this. Thoughts on the poll, Chris? What are the people saying?
Jeff wants to see a couple of debates before he makes his decision. Wow. A poll paid for and approved by Aaron Stewart shows her with a commanding lead, says Joe. Karen says Fazio seems to be more public and in the press. He has more news conferences. Sue said another worthless poll. Steve said she is a bit cozy with the Dems. Hopefully she doesn't still support mandatory vaccines. And Karen said whoever gets rid of the public benefits charge on day one gets my vote and a lot of others as well.
Now, it's interesting, and thank you, Chris, that one response, somebody said they were going to make their decision on vaccines. Now, this is, again, you can vote however you want to vote. But as I urge people on both sides of the aisle, it's probably best, I would think, to try and avoid litmus tests here. But again, if vaccinations, if vaccines, if abortion, if guns, if that's important to you, then go ahead. But listen, you're never, ever going, on either side of the aisle, you're never going to find what we would term the perfect candidate. All right, open phones for a little while. Hey, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, we'll have some laughs and a couple of chuckles with our buddy, our pal, Chris Caruso. Some finally handed down in court this week, some criminal penalties regarding the Bridgeport absentee ballot mess that just keeps going on and on and on. Coming up, though, we'll talk to a correspondent from CBS News. What are the chances are area car prices may go down because of what the White House has done to pull back on some clean air regulations?
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker. When you say, play WICC, the voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
During my 20s, I lost and gained weight several times, and now I've been left with some facial and neck lines that I just don't like. But instead of using makeup to cover it up or getting injections or even surgery to correct the problem, I learned about SoftWave at Derm Medical in Wilton. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and this is an ultrasound energy that triggers a healing response to boost collagen and help your skin become firmer, smoother, and more lifted over time. Go to dermmedical.org/softwave to book your appointment today.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound accident between exit 13 and exit 10 has things backed up through New Canaan. 95 north, at least an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. The Wilbur Cross northbound a slow ride from exit 55 all the way up to the tunnel. No crash reported. It's just volume delays. 95 also very slow through Milford, Orange, and West Haven. 91 south in New Haven, an accident exit 6 that's being moved to the side. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Saturday, sunny with a high of 40. Partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Southern Connecticut. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And the White House and Mr. Trump saying yesterday that he wants to make automobiles cheaper, saying that, $2,000-$3,000 he contends on the suggested retail price of a car, for example, in our area that you may shop for up and down Route 1 of the Boston Post Road has to do with, again, he contends, nonsensical and unneeded government pollution mandates, which he says he's going to rescind. I'm sure there'll be lawsuits here. So how is the car industry, the auto industry, the big 3+ in Detroit reacting to this? And is there any accuracy in those dollar figures at all? Gentlemen, here on CBS covering the auto industry, Jeff Gilbert from WWJ in Detroit. A couple of minutes with us. Jeff, good afternoon, sir, here in Connecticut. How are you?
I am doing great.
Jeff, the president's assertion yesterday, and you cover this, you know this as well as anybody, if not better, that you're paying X amount of dollars because of these mandates that we're going to get rid of. What do the car companies say about that? Is there any truth to that or not?
Well, the car companies have been very muted in their response. They essentially have thanked the president for changing some of the rules to make it a little bit easier for them to offer more selection to consumers, is what they say. In terms of cost of a vehicle, this is the kind of thing that could keep vehicle costs from rising in the future, as they might have to add more things to electrify a vehicle or something like this, but it's not likely to lower costs right now.
You talked about electrification and the future. Jeff, you and I know, and I'm a bit of a car guy, not so much a mechanic, but I follow the industry. A lot of companies have almost completely eschewed, for example, as the standard 4-door sedan for other stuff. Do they look at these changes as maybe reviving their model lineups or not here? Could that possibly happen?
And don't expect the Detroit 3 to bring back 4-door sedans. Those have very low profit margins, and they don't have very large sales, and they're content to leave those with import brands. They make their money on SUVs and pickups.
And, Jeff, finally, the relationship between the White House and the Big Three, as opposed to the Obama years, the Clinton years, the Biden years, put that in perspective for us. Is this just kind of a go along to get along thing, or do they appreciate one administration more than another?
Well, they certainly need to reach out to every administration, no matter what the political bent, because they know what our political situation is like, and it changes every 4 to 8 years. So car makers try their best to have the best relationship. They certainly like the easing off of fuel economy standards, things of that nature, but they don't like the fact that a lot of this changes with different administrations. What they would like to see is some sort of standard that everybody can work on. Mm-hmm. But again, we're a divided country.
Yeah, and Jeff, finally, I don't think a lot of people realize, but even a slight standard here when it comes to modification of an engine, I mean, you're talking millions, hundreds of millions of dollars for these companies, right? Even if it's only for a couple of models involved.
Exactly. In fact, you could be talking billions. I mean, the average production cost just to develop one vehicle is over $1 billion. There's a lot of work that goes into it. So, a vehicle that is not a success obviously costs a car maker dearly.
Jeff Gilbert, WWJ in Detroit. Jeff, as always, thank you. We appreciate the time. Take care. Have a happy weekend, sir.
You do the same. Thanks.
All right. Jeff Gilbert, WWJ in Detroit. He's been covering the auto industry for years. So what did he say? Yeah, folks, if you're going shopping maybe in the next coming weeks, spring is coming, you're going to get in the car, you're going up and down the Post Road in Orange, Milford, or West Haven, or any of the areas here in Fairfield County, maybe down County Way on Route 1. Don't look for the prices to change now, but in the immediate future, what did he say? You may have smaller increases here because of the changes and the rollback that was announced yesterday and today. Chris had the formalization of that in the news today, but it was announced yesterday by the White House, which obviously there's going to be some high-fiving around the car companies there. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And one thing I wanted to bring up to Jeff was a point that really saddens me about cars and car companies. Did you notice? I mean, if you go online, for example, as I do, listen, my car, knock on wood, I put 110,000 miles on that thing. I should shut my mouth, Paul, but it's running like a top. Now watch, it won't start when I leave here. But having said that, so I'm not necessarily shopping for a car, but I like to go online and look around to see what the dealers are doing. Hey, that looks great. That's a real aggressive body style, whatever. Oh, look at how big that touch screen is. Don't get me going on touch screens, by the way, too, please. I know some things are nice on a screen, a big nav screen. Give me switches. Give me knobs. Give me levers to adjust the temperature. I'm not into searching and hunting. Oh, good, I'm going to hit that right there. But having said that, go online if you get a chance and notice how many car companies don't make four-door sedans anymore. And the ones that do, there's only one or two. I mean, Ford, for example, and this is not to bash Ford or any Ford dealerships, but I think they still make the Mustang, and they may make one subcompact, but everything has essentially shifted to an SUV because it's taken, what, 20 or 30 years ago, there was a war on SUV. Remember how the environmentalists, they hated SUVs. Sport utility vehicles. They're monstrous. Who needs all that room? Say the people with no kids. But now think about, the next time you're in a parking lot, the next time you pull over to park and shop on Route 1 in Orange, West Haven, Milford, Brantford, Bridgeport or whatever, you look down, take a look at here's your homework assignment for the next few days. Just get out of your car if you're shopping and just take a 10-second look around. Most sedans that you and I grew up with, classic sedans, sports cars, yeah, there are still some of them out there, but look how they've just kind of, and listen, SUVs are great. They become a little sleeker. They're really great to drive right now. But think about how the four-door sedan is almost, not quite, but it's getting there. It's a relic of the past almost. But again, it's funny to think of, I had a buddy of mine I used to work with, now he was always a sedan guy. Why would anybody need an SUV? Well, this is before he had his kids. Now he won't talk about it. Steve in Seymour's here. Hello, Steve. How are you?
Pretty good, Paul. I got two questions over here.
Yeah.
But this is about Eversource, my electric bill.
Yeah.
Now they got this public benefits.
Yes, sir.
What is that all about?
What that is, Steve, is that's a separate column that you're paying for up to 50 different energy programs, Steve. It's for solar energy. It's for adaptation of different technologies. It's to build charging stations for EVs. It's to help people pay their electric bills who may not be able to afford it. On and on and on, Steve. So you're paying for 50, you're paying for 50 different programs.
They still want a rate increase or what?
Yeah, because that's got nothing to do mostly with what the power companies are doing. Now, if you notice the other categories there's the power origination, there is the transportation of the power. In other words, it's broken down. There's 3 different categories or 4, but that's what they're handling. The public benefits charge is on the bill. Now, they voted in Hartford to do that years ago. Now, what's happening is that charge has gotten so big, Steve, that the Republicans are saying Let's move that charge, Steve, off of your bill. Let's get rid of that. And instead of having to have ratepayers pick it up, let's put that back in the general budget where we can at least debate it and find out which programs work and which don't. Now, that's what Republicans want, Steve. Generally, Democrats oppose that. They think ratepayers should pay that.
Well, I agree with you. Now, my last question to ask is, possible government shutdown.
Yeah.
Now, I think members of Congress, they are absolved from not getting any pay wages during the course of the shutdown.
Well, they're still getting paid, I believe, Steve, because the government is not completely shut down. There's only one department, Steve, that's shut down. That's Homeland Security. Everybody else is working, Steve, and the reason Homeland Security is shut down is because there is a difference of opinion as to whether there should be more rules for ICE and how the ICE agents conduct themselves. So this is now going to be a battle going into next week. How do we change ICE to make everybody happy? The Democrats want ICE not to wear their masks often. The Republicans say, no, that's got to stay. The Republicans say, no, we're giving you the body cams you want. Now the Democrats are saying, well, maybe we don't want body cams. But so far, Steve, it's just Homeland Security, some departments, not all, that are shut, that aren't getting paid.
But what I was saying, back about a couple months ago, they had
they had a bigger
massive shutdown.
Yeah.
And my feeling is, for future shutdowns, members of Congress, they should also not get paid.
Amen.
And no back pay, because I guarantee if they didn't get paid, you won't have a shutdown, or the shutdown will be very, very short.
Amen, Steve. I got you. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Yeah, I agree with that. If you can't do your job, and Steve's right. Here's an idea. If you can't do your job and you can't make the numbers match, why should you get paid?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound accident between exit 13 and exit 10 has things backed up through New Canaan. 95 north, at least an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. The Wilbur Cross northbound, a slow ride from exit 55 all the way up to the tunnel. No crash reported. It's just volume delays. 95 also very slow through Milford, Orange, and West Haven. 91 south in New Haven, an accident exit 6 that's being moved to the side. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening, a few snow showers after midnight, low near 20. Tomorrow is sunny with a high near 40. Sunday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Are you worried about inflation, market volatility, taxes, and what the Fed might do next? Navigating today's financial landscape can be overwhelming and stressful, but the good news is you don't have to go at it alone. Tune in to Mastering Your Wealth with David Gagnon for insights and strategies to help you protect and grow your wealth. You can join David every Saturday morning at 8 right here on WICC 600. You can also visit David online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Republicans and Democrats still can't agree on new restrictions for ICE. CBS's Torian Small on Capitol Hill says as a result,
considering this impasse is now going into Friday, which is the main concern for Republican leadership, it's all but certain that a partial government shutdown will happen.
Some tough talk from President Trump addressing U.S. troops at Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
Now we have a real force, and you see that with what we did in Iran with the B-2 bombers.
As the Winter Games continue in Italy, injured U.S. skier Lindsey Vohn's latest social media post is an update that translates into a very long road ahead for her recovery from last weekend's badly broken leg.
Tomorrow I'll have another surgery, and hopefully that goes well, and then I can potentially leave and go back home, at which point I will need another surgery.
CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Quaker Farms School in Oxford remained closed today due to heating issues. School officials say the extremely cold temperatures last weekend caused a power outage that prevented the water circulators from restarting, resulting in frozen and damaged pipes. The school will be closed on Monday and Tuesday for winter break. School officials hope to resume classes on Wednesday. The son of a New Canaan man who was murdered is not guilty by reason of insanity in his father's death. That was the ruling from an Irish court after the trial of Henry McGowan in Dublin. Henry's father, John McGowan, had flown back to Ireland from Connecticut after hearing of his son's mental breakdown. The court ruled that the younger McGowan suffered from schizoaffective disorder at the time he strangled John McGowan to death at a resort near Dublin in 2024. The Bridgeport man accused of hiding in his ex-wife's trunk and taking a shot at her is in court this week. The targeted attack happened just before Christmas last year on December 23rd in the East End. Prosecutors say João Borges de Queiroz was, quote, lying in wait with a plan to kill his ex. Borges de Queiroz, a Brazilian national, attempted to flee the country into Canada, but was stopped by immigration officials at the border. Hartford leaders are looking to cancel a contract with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which has been allowing the agency to use city-owned parking spaces behind the downtown federal building. Deputy Chief of Staff Christian Corza Godinez said city officials learned about the contract 2 weeks ago when a constituent reached out through the city website. This led to Mayor Arunan Arulampalam sending a letter to the Hartford Parking Authority requesting that the contract be canceled. A Norwalk man is accused of stealing a victim's cell phone during a stabbing early Thursday morning. The incident happened around 12:30 a.m. Thursday near 125 South Main Street in Norwalk. The victim told officers he was stabbed in the upper chest and that the suspect stole his phone. After seeing surveillance footage, police were able to identify Christian Equeda as the suspect, and he was arrested on robbery, assault, and other charges. Speaking of Norwalk police, they will now be better equipped to better interact with the local diverse population. Recent upgrades to the department's body cameras allow officers to translate 56 different languages. With the touch of a button, officers can tell which language a subject is speaking and allow them to engage in conversation. Prior to the installation of the new technology, officers would have to wait, often wasting precious time for a translator to arrive on scene. Next week, the Connecticut Tenants Union will be joined by Housing Committee co-chairs, New London Democratic State Senator Martha Marks and Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Antonio Felipe to host a news conference launching the campaign to expand just cause eviction protection in the 2026 legislative session. This legislation would expand Connecticut's current just cause law, which prevents landlords from evicting senior or disabled tenants without legal cause. The expansion would extend those rights to all renters in buildings with 5 or more units. Luke Melanakos Harrison from the Tenants Union says that this new law will not only protect renters, but help stabilize rent prices statewide.
How easy it is with no-fault evictions in place to just disrupt whole communities at a time by serving a bunch of notices to quit and getting a bunch of people to move so that you can raise the rents in that building from $1,000, $1,200, whatever rents people have been paying and bring them up to $2,000 plus a month.
The city of New Haven is issuing warnings to drivers who fail to yield to school buses after less than 2 weeks of cameras being installed on New Haven school buses. The city has reviewed and approved 945 violations. More than 500 warning letters have been sent to drivers. Starting March 1st, failure to yield to a school bus could result in a $250 traffic ticket. And things are looking a little kinder around Fairfield this week. Thursday, St. Thomas Aquinas students kicked off its annual 5,000 Acts of Kindness Challenge. The school is participating with the goal of inspiring measurable acts of kindness throughout the student body and local community. Over the next 5 days, students are tracking the acts of kindness and building a, quote, kindness mountain that will culminate with a school-wide day of service at the end of the month. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound accident between exit 13 and exit 10 has things backed up through New Canaan. 95 north, at least an hour from Stamford through Fairfield. The Wilbur Cross northbound, a slow ride from exit 55 all the way up to the tunnel. No crash reported. It's just volume delays. 95 also very slow through Milford, Orange, and West Haven. 91 south in New Haven, an accident exit 6 that's being moved to the side. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Matt Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Saturday, sunny with a high of 40. Partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
And you think you've got opinions. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, yeah, I got opinions. What I get paid for here. If you don't like him, you can call me and we'll discuss it. We'll have a good time. You know, from what people say, I let all kinds on this show. Doesn't matter what you think, whether you like me or hate me, that's not relevant here. We're talking about stuff in the news, including something that just, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Seriously. Because I kind of have a connection with this being sort of in the same business. But all this stuff, and now that he was in court today, you would think, oh, journalism is hanging in the balance. Ooh, Don Lemon, where he pulled that stunt. And yes, folks, it's a stunt. Lemon's no dummy. He was on CNN for years. Don't sob for him. He's a multi-millionaire, whatever. And he was good at what he did. But the fact that he went into that church a couple of weeks ago where there were protesters there and there were rumors that the priest there or the minister had worked for ICE. So Don Lemon walking up to the priest and minister should have told him, and obviously he wasn't going to do this, being a man of the cloth. He should have told him, hey, Don, get the F out of my church. I'll talk to you later outside. But my God, I'm watching the coverage here on CNN and MS Now and Fox. Don Lemon was in court today. And I love, folks, let me tell you something. Can I just tell you something? Let me be honest with you. Let me just be honest with you. We've invented a new term now for people who are out of work in my business. And you know how I am with words. The great George Carlin, like I say, used to say, we invent words, or I'm paraphrasing. His approach was, we use words not to just be in touch with reality or discuss things. I see on the screen here, and as he's leaving court and back and forth, independent journalist. You know what an independent journalist means? You're out of work. You don't work for anybody. Well, you're working for yourself. Okay, I guess. Now, that used to be CNN anchor Don Lemon. I always respected the guy, didn't agree with him all the time, but whatever. He was on CNN. I never was. But this whole thing, oh my God, Don Lemon, he wasn't part of the protest. He was covering the protest. Covering it for who or whom? You know who he's covering it for? Himself. Again, it's the old adage, there's no such thing as bad PR. Just spell my name right. But my God, the loins in the broadcast world are quivering now because I'm Don Lemon, independent journalist. Yeah, you're Don Lemon out of work. And you made a scene because you knew how your compatriots in the business would gravitate to you hook, line, and sinker. And you went into a church during a ceremony. Try that at a mosque next time. Do me a favor, Don. Do that. See how that goes over. Try it in a synagogue. Go ahead. Try it in a Buddhist temple. It's always easy to pull this crap in a Christian setting or a Catholic church or whatever. But please, Don Lemon, it's a case that's going to rattle the limits of what a journalist is. No, it's not. It shouldn't. This is nothing more than shameless self-promotion, and he goes up and he shoves his microphone into this reverend's face and starts asking him stuff about immigration and ICE. Get out of here with that. Man, if I was that reverend, hey, Don, go find a job. It's what I would have said. Don, great to say. You want to sit down for the sermon. But otherwise, I'm Don Lemon, independent journalist. No. You're Don Lemon, unemployed. Traffic and weather together coming up a little bit more right here on WICC.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Despite getting a better than expected consumer price report as inflation remained tame, or at least got tamer, if you will, in the latest month, up only 0.2%, a 2.4% annual rate, stocks could not hold on to their gains, and tech led the sell-off once again as the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ all slipped about a fraction of a percent on the day, although the NASDAQ was down nearly 0.5% at the end of the session. The small cap Russell 2000 benefiting from a drop in interest rates, though, rallying more than 1%. Bond yields dropped dropped on that inflation report down to 4.05%. Oil slipped a bit, down 24 cents to 60 despite concerns about rising tensions between the United States and Iran. Gold and silver rebounding a bit, with gold up $104, silver up $1.53 after sliding sharply yesterday. While we had the dollar relatively steady, crypto bounced notably today, although it's had a very rough week, with Bitcoin finishing at $68,726. Heading into a long holiday weekend, we'll see where we pick up next week.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported just past exit 5. On Route 8 northbound, a crash exit 7 near the on-ramp. 95 north in Hour, Greenwich through Fairfield, and further ahead, heavy congestion through Milford, Orange, and West Haven. And on 91 further northbound, an overturned vehicle reported at the 691 merge. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
Clouding over this evening, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 40. Sunday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying what you need to hear. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Only on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let's just say I've gotten a few interesting texts about Don Lemon. And again, look. If lest you think I was a little harsh, which I don't think I was, I wasn't harsh enough in my last comments about that. But, you know, this whole thing about Don Lemon appeared in court. Now, I know that there was some conjecture as to whether by entering that church with protesters, the church in Minneapolis at the height of the ICE thing 3 or 4 weeks ago, was he violating a federal law? I don't know. We had our friend Thane Rosenbaum from CBS to talk about this. But again, one thing he brought up, even if this thing continues in court, which who knows, it might get tossed. It's Minneapolis, it's Minnesota. The judges are probably all leftist communists, so they'll toss it. But I'm kidding, it's a joke, but you know what I mean. But would I go into a house of worship? Would I go into a church? Catholic church, Christian church, Baptist, Seventh-day Adventist? Would I go into a Muslim mosque? Would I go into a Jewish synagogue? Would I go into a Buddhist temple? Hell no. I would not go in with the protesters there. Now, if I got a call from my station or from my editor said, hey, there's something going on at the First Street Baptist Church, go check it out. Okay, I'm there apart from the protesters. I would go up to the church. I would listen. I would look. If a door was open, I'd go in. I'd look around, but no way. Now, this is just me. Maybe I don't have the huevos to do this. Maybe I'd get fired. I don't know. But I'm not going to go up to and do the cardinal sin of journalism that Don Lemon did, And all of my early journalism class people at BU, all of my instructors, newspaper, radio, and television, you know what they tell us honestly? And thankfully, they still do this. They meaning broadcast faculty across the country. They look at everybody in class. And I can remember this early on with all my instructors at BU. They said, you do not make yourself part of the story. You just don't. You hang on the side, you observe, you ask people, can I speak to you? You don't go up to a reverend or a priest in the middle of a bunch of fish bowl crazies screaming in a church and say, hi, I'm an independent journalist. What do you think of this whole thing? Geez, have a little class. A little. You don't need a whole lot. To wait for the thing to maybe calm down, and then, without shoving a microphone in someplace, you say, Reverend or Sir, or hi, I'm so-and-so, and I represent so-and-so. Would you like to speak on this? Can I talk to you? Can we go over to the side, maybe go outside? We have a nice background to your church here. We could talk about this. You don't go up to somebody as there's a troop of crazies in the background yelling and screaming in a church and shove a microphone in front of somebody's face. You don't do that. This is why a lot of people hate journalists. I'm sorry. And there are people in my business that still don't get it. A lot of them do. But there are a lot of people that just don't understand. Show a little class. That's it. Don't make yourself part of the story here. And stop with the independent journalist. Please, stop that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm glad ICE is pulling out of Minnesota. I've had enough. And listen, Tom Holman says they got, 4,000 people out of there, 4,500 people out of there. Good. Those people should be happy. And how about the mayor of Hartford, Mayor Arulampalam out there? Ooh, he's good. I was just laughing. And listen, I get it. But I was having a good chuckle here with Chris. Oh, they're going to revoke. They're going to revoke the Immigration and Customs Enforcement parking spaces in Hartford. Oh, that'll show them, huh? ICE doesn't. Where is ICE going to park there? Oh, my God in heaven. How is that going to happen? Oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Not enough time to do it now. But in relation to that, we've been talking, of course, about the new poll that was paid for by the Aaron Stewart for Governor campaign. That shows her with a pretty healthy lead over Betsy McCoy and Ryan Fazio. That's one poll. There's another poll that has just come out from CNN. Now, you remember the last CNN poll that a lot of the progressives with the homina, with the last CNN poll that said, hey, by big margins, Democrats, Republicans, African-American voters, Hispanic voters, they have no problem with the photo ID. Well, there's another new poll out there that you read this poll and you say, hey, listen, as much as they scream ICE out, there's been a seismic demographic shift in the Democratic Party. So much so now that about 1/3 of the party, and we'll get to these numbers later. I'll just say this. I don't want to get into the numbers now because there's not enough time. I want to make sure we have enough breathing room to do this. But if you are, let's say, a progressive voter or a center-left voter, not so much here in Connecticut because it's blue, it's going to be deep blue. But on a national scale, if you think, now look, I think the Republicans are going to get blown out in the midterms. I do. I may be wrong, and I'll sit there and go, geez, I was wrong, as I often am. But if you think 2028 is going to be some cakewalk for Democrats, I got some new poll numbers for you coming up next hour about how many people in this country think the Democrats are, maybe not in this phrasing, but essentially out of their minds. And I'm telling you something, and you have to understand this. If you give people a choice, say, listen, you can't vote centrist here. Your vote has got to be either a little over the top left or a little over the top right. People will stay right. They will. if for nothing more than public safety and immigration. But we'll do that coming up later on. Believe it or not, we've actually had some criminal penalties handed out so far this week in Bridgeport with the ongoing absentee ballot mess. And there is an honor that we will tell you about in Bridgeport that I will present this to you, and you'll just shake your head and say, just when you thought it couldn't get any crazier, it does in the beautiful city of Bridgeport. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported just past exit 5. On Route 8 northbound, a crash exit 7 near the on-ramp. 95 north in Hour, Greenwich through Fairfield, and further ahead, heavy congestion through Milford, Orange, and West Haven. And on 91 further northbound, an overturned vehicle reported at the 691 merge. I'm Max Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Saturday, sunny with a high of 40. Partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to SONOcollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, open phones next hour after we chat with our buddy, our pal, Chris Caruso on all things Bridgeport. We do have some criminal charges finalized and punishments handed out in the Bridgeport absentee ballot messes, we should say, from 2 separate election cycles, 2019 and 2023. So we will chat about that. More new polls to talk about, tell you about, and just some general open phone time as we want to wrap up the week and head into the weekend. Valentine's Day weekend. Don't drop the syllables there, Paul. Valentine's Day weekend for a lot of folks out there. Whatever you're doing with that special someone, do it carefully. Don't drink and drive. Always assume, well, don't assume, because we know this for a fact. Scientists tell us the sickos walk and drive among us. So just do what I do. Trust those closest to you and assume that those who are not close to you are grade A morons. It'll help.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Peter King. President Trump is headed to South Florida after a visit to U.S. troops at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and after saying that regime change in Iran would be good for the U.S.
Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen.
Earlier, he spoke of the capture of now former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The president visited the troops to say, job well done.
The entire world saw what the full military might the U.S. military is capable of.
Trump said the January operation was successful because of what he called the discombobulator.
The Russian equipment didn't work. The Chinese equipment didn't work. Everyone's trying to figure out why it didn't work. Someday you're going to find out.
Saying those who were in charge of protecting the now deposed Venezuelan president never got a shot off.
The Trump administration is suing Harvard University, saying it is illegally using affirmative action in its admission process. The school says it's complied with the Supreme Court's decision barring the policy. Journalist Don Lemon has pled not guilty to disrupting a church service being led by a pastor who's also an ICE official. He spoke after his arraignment in Minneapolis.
Like all of you here in Minnesota, the great people of Minnesota, I will not be intimidated. I will not back down. I will fight these baseless charges, and I will not be silent.
Also in Minneapolis, a pair of ICE officers are being investigated for lying about two Venezuelan men they arrested during a traffic stop there. CBS's Allison Keyes.
ICE Director Todd Lyons says two ICE officers might be fired or criminally prosecuted after an investigation into whether they lied under oath about the case. A lawyer for the men originally charged in the case says the charges against them were based on lies by an ICE agent who recklessly shot into their house through a closed door, and they are so happy justice is being served.
Today's Consumer Price Index report shows a drop from December to January, suggesting that inflation may be slowing down. The White House is claiming victory. Analysts say consumer prices are still about 25% higher than they were just 5 years ago. Nearly a week after she broke her leg, a few seconds into her downhill run, U.S. skier Lindsey Vonn says she's got a very long and arduous recovery ahead. CBS's Kelly O'Grady is at the Winter Games in Milan.
Now we know that she's had a third surgery and will be getting yet another on Saturday. And she shared that if that's successful, she'll go back to the States where she will also need another operation. She said she didn't know exactly what that looks like yet because she's going to need more imaging, but kind of wanted to share an update with all of the folks that have been supporting her. Kelly O'Grady, CBS News, Milan.
Wall Street, the Dow ended the day up 49 points, but still short of the 50,000 mark it hit earlier this week. This is CBS News.
Every Sunday, moderator Margaret Brennan goes face-to-face with top leaders to make you better informed. Face the Nation, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-455-5544. 800-455-5544. Again, that's 800-455-5544.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Norwalk man is accused of stealing a victim's cell phone during a stabbing early Thursday morning. The incident happened around 12:30 a.m. Thursday near 125 South Main Street in Norwalk. The victim told officers he was stabbed in the upper chest and that the suspect stole his phone. After seeing surveillance footage, police were able to identify Christian Equata as the suspect, and he was arrested on robbery, assault, and other charges. The son of a New Canaan man who was murdered is not guilty by reason of insanity in his father's death. That was the ruling from an Irish court after the trial of Henry McGowan in Dublin. Henry's father, John McGowan, had flown back to Ireland from Connecticut after hearing of his son's mental breakdown. The court ruled that the younger McGowan suffered from schizoaffective disorder at the time he strangled John McGowan to death at a resort near Dublin in 2024. And things are looking a little kinder around Fairfield this week. Thursday, St. Thomas Aquinas students kicked off its annual 5,000 Acts of Kindness Challenge. The school is participating with the goal of inspiring measurable acts of kindness throughout the student body and local community. Over the next 15 days, students are tracking the acts of kindness and building a, quote, kindness mountain that will culminate with a school-wide day of service at the end of the month. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound accident reported just past exit 5 on Route 8 northbound. A crash exit 7 near the on-ramp. 95 north in Hour Grange through Fairfield, and further ahead, heavy congestion through Milford, Orange, and West Haven. And on 91 further northbound, an overturned vehicle reported at the 691 merge. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Tomorrow is sunny with a high near 40. Sunday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Okay, our buddy, our pal Chris Caruso coming up momentarily. Want to hit on a couple of things here, and we'll check with Chris about that. And I'm just going to read this first one here. I'm going to reserve any comment here. It's not, on this, it's that old phrase, it is what it is. And I don't know whether you saw this. It's a story here in Hearst with our buddy, our pal, Brian Lockhart, who's been on the show here a few times, a few years back. And I'm just going to tell you what's here. And you can just smile and say, way to go, or shake your head and say, you got to be kidding me. And a lot of people are upset about this, too. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. A Bridgeport official facing nearly 100 ballot fraud charges to be honored at a Black History Month event. Democrat Wanda Jeter Pataki, according to the story here in Hearst, is among 9 community leaders being honored next Friday night at a local Black History Month celebration. And Brian writes here, the decision to feature her is causing some concern, giving those illegal issues and the negative attention they've drawn to Connecticut's largest municipality and the state. You think? That's me saying you think, not Brian. Photos of Wanda Jeter Pataki and next Friday's other guests, including a state senate member, religious figures, a school superintendent, housing authority director, appear on a flyer. That advertisement also contains the municipal seal and touts the city and the Reverend Mary McBride Lee, a city councilwoman, as organizers of the event being held at the downtown government center. The city of Bridgeport honoring Wanda Jeter Pataki during Black History Month is a disgrace and a slap in the face to every Bridgeport voter, especially black voters. That's the quote from Jameem Davis, a leader of the Bridgeport Generation Now civic group, who herself is African American. Jeter Pataki, who's pleaded not guilty, could not immediately be reached for comment. But close friend McBride Lee says, any critics? Here's the quote, folks. I'm just telling you what's in the paper here. You can do with it what you want as I look at this from afar. Ms. McBride Lee said that if you are a critic of honoring Wanda Jeter Pataki, you can, quote, go jump in a lake, unquote. She adds, quote, I'm sick and tired of them picking on Wanda. She's been charged with something but hasn't been found guilty of nothing. I don't think her life should just end because charges were brought against her. Unquote. Now, in that case, she's right. But, you know, there's a little thing about, and look, everything she said is right. There's been no official finding of guilt yet as the investigation continues. But I don't know, tone deafness, time and a place. Wanda Jeter Pataki faces 97 charges for alleged absentee ballot abuses in the 2019 and 2023 mayoral races during which she backed Mayor Joe Ganim. Yada, yada, yada. So there you go. Jameem Davis continues, by the way, quote, our ancestors literally died so we could have the right to vote. She claimed that Wanda Jeter Pataki was allegedly engaging in election fraud, manipulating the outcome of what is supposed to be free and fair elections. Tom Gaudette, the chief administrative officer of the city of Bridgeport, Mayor Joe Ganim, said the administration was not involved in putting together what's become an annual Black History Month function. All right, yeah, I can get, again, I get that. He said, quote, Reverend Lee is the organizer, perhaps with other people. They run the event, and we defer to them. All right. So there you go. What can you say? What can you say? Now, yes, Wanda Jeter Pataki deserves her day in court. Lord knows she's had several days and looks like she may have several more. But again, this certainly seems to me to be a statement from, I don't know, the organizers, Ms. Jeter Pataki, whatever, to tell people who think that, you know, she may have done some things improperly. Is this a notion to basically tell people to, well, as the organizer said, go jump in a lake?
As March approaches, NCAA basketball is just heating up. Get on board for all the action of Big Ten basketball on WICC. Every weekend, hear matchups from across the country live. Every basket, every buzzer beater, every single moment. NCAA basketball lives here. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you could get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Having an office party? Having friends and family over? Catering from AB's Falafel makes your taste buds sing. AB's Falafel in Trumbull serves the freshest and most flavorful falafel, kebab salads, shawarma, spinach pies, hummus, and more. Catering from AB's is easy. Go to abisfalafel.com and click on catering. Pick from trays of kebabs, falafel, salads, and more. From 10 to 200. Cater your next company or family event from locally owned and operated AB's Falafel. abisfalafel.com.
Proper outdoor lighting provides safety and security. Call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting for your home or business's outdoor lighting. PPC alarms can replace almost any exterior light with state-of-the-art camera floodlights. PPC Alarms camera floodlights provide safety and security detecting objects, such as people, animals, or vehicles. Camera floodlights are highly effective and a simple safety addition to any home or business. Go to ppcalarms.com to book a free consultation. ppcalarms.com.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, some residual delays in Greenwich from an earlier accident that has been cleared. And on Route 8 northbound, residual delays as well going through Shelton, stemming from earlier issues that have also been cleared. 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on the Wilbur Cross, north and southbound, volume delays between Route 34 and the West Rock Tunnel. And on 91 northbound, an overturned vehicle remains at the 691 merge in Meriden. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080. BridgelightAdvisors.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Saturday, sunny with a high of 40. Partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Proud to be the voice of Connecticut for the last 100 years. WICC 695.9.
All right, great to have you with us. Open phones coming up later on. We'll wind up the show with that. But every Friday at about this time, we talk to our buddy, our pal, Chris Caruso, former city council member, mayoral candidate, state rep. We're going to start calling this the Chris Caruso Never a Dull Moment Report. Chris, how are you, sir?
Doing well, Paul. Thank you.
You may have heard I just read Brian Lockhart's story about Wanda Jeter Pataki, and yes, we understand innocent till proven guilty. Although her friend Ms. McBride Lee saying people can go jump in a lake. I don't know, Chris. In your distinguished career, have you ever used that phrase in any productive way?
No, never. And if I used it, it was probably justified. But in this case, it seems, I don't know, pretty, comical, frankly.
Yeah.
I don't know what other word you use for it. It's comical. It's amazing. I think the optics of this is just not good. And, and you're right, innocent until proven guilty, and I get all of that. But, right now there's, indictments going on with several people that allegedly have defrauded the people of the city of Bridgeport, the voting process, the system. And to be giving out awards is just not the right, optic. It's not the right thing to do. Let the proceedings go as they may. Whatever determines at the end of the day, then you can decide this, but not. I just don't think it's the right thing, and it just brings more negative attention to Bridgeport. It says to people outside of the city that Bridgeport just can't get its act together. That it seems to embrace, lawlessness and defrauding people. And what's amazing? It's not just Reverend Lee. It's the city of Bridgeport. It's the city of Bridgeport and Reverend Lee. That's how it's publicized. So, again, what are average people to look at and say, and, what trust and integrity do we have in the system? When the very people that are involved in the system seem to accept it and overlook it and just say, hey, that's the way things are. That's what's so troubling to me. I've lived here all my life, Paul.
Yeah.
I've led with integrity, made mistakes, of course, I'm human, but never to a point of being indicted or anything of that sort.
Yeah.
And it just seems to me that, it's this attitude. It's the same thing with our state delegation in Hartford when it came to, frankly, the absentee ballot bill. That would have put more strength in the bill and prosecuted people. And what happened there? It just got bogged down. And was just ignored. And to this day, no one is saying anything.
Yeah, and I want to get to the whole absentee ballot, plea bargains, and everything in a moment, Chris. But to your point there that you just said about the city, in this story, I'm going to read just a couple of quick sentences here. I want to get your feeling on it. Again, this is right from the Post. Here's the quote. Tom Gaudet, Mayor Joe Ganem's chief administrative officer, said the administration was not involved in putting together what's become an annual Black History Month function. He says, quote, Reverend Lee is the organizer, perhaps with other people. The quote continues, they run the event and we defer to them, unquote. Your thoughts on that, Chris?
Well, it's being held in the Margaret Morton Government Center, which is City Hall. They're supplying a room, and on Facebook, social media, it's from the city's communications office. So, and it says the city of Bridgeport and Reverend Lee McBride.
Yeah.
You can't separate the two. It's not like Reverend McBride is, reserving a room and she's holding this Black History Month event. No. When I was in the legislature, I could reserve a room, but it wasn't that Chris Caruso and the Connecticut General Assembly is holding this event. So you can't separate the two. It's not a private event. The city rightfully is celebrating Black History Month, and there's many individuals that they're honoring that evening that make perfect sense, that are distinguished, prominent people within our community. That makes perfect sense. But the optics of honoring an individual that's been indicted and is currently, going through the legal process, the judicial process, to me, the optics of that just doesn't make sense. Also keep in mind that the city of Bridgeport terminated this individual. That was part of the decision that was made. They terminated the individual after an investigation. So now to step out and say, well, we're going to let them use the room, but we have nothing to do with it. And on all their social media, it says City of Bridgeport. Well, we have nothing to do. No, that to me is just a week out, frankly.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
And I know Tom Gaudet very well, great guy, but that to me is a lame excuse, frankly. Once the City of Bridgeport's name is on there, along with the Reverend, it's a joint event.
As to the absentee ballot thing, in the couple of minutes we have left,
Sure.
Sylvia Ramos, relatively minor player in this whole thing, and Nilson Heredia, both getting suspended charges, probation, and all that. You have said that you think these are all in agreement, Chris, for maybe naming names, maybe giving investigators more information. You still believe that?
Oh, absolutely. I think the prosecutors are after the bigger fish, frankly. And it doesn't justify what the little fish did, these people. But I think there's plea bargains going on where I'm sure they're getting information about people higher up on the food chain, the ones who gave the order, the ones who had the expectations. I think Ramos was, if I'm not mistaken, Paul, I'm trying to think back, I think there was an article where Ramos was paid by the Ganem campaign, and it was for consulting work, if I'm not mistaken. And I may be wrong. I'm just using my memory. But, I think they're looking for bigger fish. And again, I could be wrong. One of the defendants who's been indicted say that, he knows a lot more and he's not going down. He was told by people, he reported higher up people that wanted him to do it.
Yeah.
So there's more to this. And I think, again, they're just going after the low-hanging fruit and, giving them much easier sentences with the opportunity for them to. Now, if these folks who are given these don't provide evidence, then the judge can bring them back in and give them a very severe sentence.
Oh, okay.
Because they're on probation, right?
Yeah.
So, that it still allows the judge to reach back if they're not honoring the plea agreement, and providing truthful information, evidence. I think the judge could go back at that point,
All right. Chris, appreciate the time as always. Chris Caruso joining us. Chris, have a happy weekend. Stay good, and we'll talk next week. Thank you, sir. Chris Caruso there with his thoughts on what's going on, good, bad, and otherwise, in Bridgeport right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound and hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, some residual delays in Greenwich from an earlier accident that has been cleared. And on Route 8 northbound, residual delays as well going through Shelton, stemming from earlier issues that have also been cleared. 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And on the Wilbur Cross north and southbound, volume delays between Route 34 and the West Rock Tunnel. And on 91 northbound, an overturned vehicle remains at the 691 merge in Meriden. Traffic report is powered by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080. BridgelightAdvisors.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening, a few snow showers after midnight, with a low near 20. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 40. Sunday partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motorworks say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, "Love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust." Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, "This shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motorworks." 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motorworks in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motorworks, 203-333-1800.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Trump administration is suing Harvard over its affirmative action admissions policy. Correspondent Cami McCormick with the university's response.
Harvard says it has responded to the government's request and is in compliance with the Supreme Court decision barring affirmative action in admission.
Democrats want new restrictions on ICE, but House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says negotiations have stalled.
Donald Trump and Republicans have decided that they have zero interest in getting ICE under control. The American people know ICE is out of control.
and that they need to be reined in.
As a result, DHS will run out of funding late tonight. A tentative settlement in San Francisco's teachers' strike to CBS's Veronica Macias.
That deal includes fully funded health care benefits for all of the members, a wage increase over 2 years. It also includes sanctuary protection for students and educators.
CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The Bridgeport man accused of hiding in his ex-wife's trunk and taking a shot at her was in court this week. The targeted attack happened just before Christmas last year on December 23rd in the East End. Prosecutors say João Borges de Queiroz was, quote, lying in wait with a plan to kill his ex. Borges de Queiroz, a Brazilian national, attempted to flee the country into Canada, but was stopped by immigration officials at the border. Quaker Farms School in Oxford remained closed today due to heating issues. School officials say the extremely cold temperatures last weekend caused a power outage that prevented the water circulators from restarting, resulting in frozen and damaged pipes. The school will be closed on Monday and Tuesday for winter break. School officials hope to resume classes on Wednesday. Governor Ned Lamont, Attorney General William Tong, and Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Commissioner Katie Dykes have released statements in response to today's announcement from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, that it has finalized its rescinding of the, quote, endangerment finding, the landmark Obama-era determination that allows the EPA to regulate greenhouse gas emission from motor vehicles as air pollutants under the Clean Air Act. Attorney General Tong said in part that the president, quote, wants to sell out future generations of Americans for short-term profits for fossil fuel companies and the world's biggest polluters. The governor also condemned the actions of the administration in his statement, adding, quote, Connecticut residents deserve clean air to breathe and safe communities in which to live and raise a family. Next week, the Connecticut Tenants Union will be joined by Housing Committee co-chairs New London Democratic State Senator Martha Marks and Bridgeport Democratic State Representative Antonio Felipe to host a news conference launching the campaign to expand just cause eviction protection in the 2026 legislative session. This legislation would expand Connecticut's current just cause law, which prevents landlords from evicting senior or disabled tenants without legal cause. The expansion would extend those rights to all renters in buildings with 5 or more units. Luke Melanakos Harrison from the Tenants Union says that this new law will not only protect renters, but help stabilize rent prices statewide.
How easy it is with no-fault evictions in place to just disrupt whole communities at a time by serving a bunch of notices to quit and getting a bunch of people to move so that you can raise the rents in that building from $1,000, $1,200, whatever rents people have been paying and bring them up to $2,000 plus a month.
Norwalk police are now better equipped to better interact with the local diverse population. Recent upgrades to the department's body cameras allow officers to translate 56 different languages. With the touch of a button, officers can tell which language a subject is speaking and allows them to engage in conversation. Prior to the installation of the new technology, officers would have to wait, often wasting precious time, for a translator to arrive on scene. Hartford leaders are looking to cancel a contract with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which has been allowing the agency to use city-owned parking spaces behind the downtown Federal Building. Deputy Chief of Staff Christian Corza Godinez said city officials learned about the contract 2 weeks ago when a constituent reached out through the city website. This led to Mayor Arunan Arulampalam sending a letter to the Hartford Parking Authority requesting that the contract be canceled. The city of New Haven is issuing warnings to drivers who fail to yield to school buses. After less than 2 weeks of cameras being installed on New Haven school buses, the city has reviewed and approved 945 violations. More than 500 warning letters have been sent to drivers. Starting March 1st, failure to yield to a school bus could result in a $250 traffic ticket. And Connecticut's gubernatorial race may have a front-runner for the Republican primary. Former New Britain Mayor Erin Stewart, according to polling data collected by her campaign, shows the 38-year-old taking a commanding lead to win her party's nomination. Between the three current declared candidates for the nomination, Stewart has support from 39% of respondents, with Greenwich State Senator Ryan Fazio garnering 16% and former New York Lieutenant Governor Betsy McCoy with 9%. The remaining 34% of voters were undecided. Republican campaign strategist Liz Karanowitz told WTNH-TV News 8 that Stewart's visibility among voters is one of her greatest strengths.
She's been an elected official in the Hartford, New Haven media market for 12 years. She ran for governor. She ran for lieutenant governor. This is someone who is very familiar to voters in the Hartford, New Haven media market.
Now, the Fazio campaign is questioning the validity of that poll insofar as it was paid for by the Stewart campaign. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound Danbury accident approaching the Super 7 has things backing up into Newtown. Lower Fairfield County 95 north an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is a little easier. New Haven 91 south. You're jamming exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf Wilbur Cross isn't much help. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Saturday, sunny with a high of 40. Partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Right here at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. If I could only really say what's on my mind. That's all. Especially after our last chat here. Another check of traffic and weather together coming up. And before we wrap this up, I got a little snippet here from CNN. We'll do this later on. You know, their numbers guru there, Harry N10. He's a pretty good guy. Now, this is the guy last week that lets CNN know of I guess what you would call an inconvenient truth, where 95% of Republicans, 71% of Democrats, 85% of white voters, 83% of Hispanic voters, and 76% of black voters all say, hey, yes, we should have some sort of national photo ID standard to vote. And apparently people went ape you-know-what about that for weeks. So, well, CNN has another poll out that's got people giving them the hominas, which should, concern people who think that, we're going to blow MAGA out of the water in 2028. Well, maybe not, according to this new CNN poll. So we'll talk about that and more. Of course, we have this other poll that now the Fazio campaign is calling a fake poll, a push poll from the Stewart campaign showing Erin Stewart with a big league. It's early. We get it. But I love this. This is what I love, the good political battling, whether it's the city of Bridgeport, the state of Connecticut, or the U.S. That's why I love doing this show. Dave in Brantford's here. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, Paul, the news all day on your news, they've had that story about the public hearing, 9 o'clock Tuesday morning for the just cause eviction.
Yes.
I gotta tell you, these progressives on no day's notice
of course
have announced a public hearing on Tuesday the next business day.
Well, yeah.
They're gonna have a hearing on the just cause eviction. I just want to you've got to admire the efficiency that they get at their cause. Already the governor has talked about rent cap control on out-of-state and brand-new landlords in their ability. So they've already got the arbitration of the Fair Rent Commission in place, and there is no mechanism to determine how are those people appointed. Where did they come from?
Yes? Dave, to me, and I'll let you finish here, but Dave, to me, and you said on no day's notice, here's what I think this all thinks. Now, Dave, you obviously understand politics. There's one of two ways you can go, Dave, right, in an election year. You can look at the numbers and play it safe, use this legislative session to rename a few post offices, get some money for a new Little League field here and there, or you can go hard left. I think the governor's people are telling him, Dave, in an election year, I think the governor's people are saying, hey, if it's Ryan Fazio or Aaron Stewart, that's a new, young, fresh face. They're not far-right wingers. You, Governor, may have a real race on your hands. That's what I think, and this is why he's doing this. I think so.
Those new, young, fresh faces also rent at a much higher percentage than the oldsters like myself, who are where they are. I want to end on this. I think the end game on this, the tenants union, which is only a couple of years old, coming out of the Communist Party people from out of New Haven, from the New Haven and Hamden is the birthplace of this tenants union.
Yeah.
They're aiming for like federal labor law, where collective bargaining is required. The employer is required to negotiate with a third party collective bargaining to arrive at a wage. I think these tenants unions are trying to force the landlord to engage, but forced by law, to engage with a third party tenants union who's going to be all set with the particulars about the rate of increase and the conditions on the lease. I'll end it on this. I think the halfway point on a fair eviction is 1 month is not enough to get, if you get notice to leave right after Thanksgiving and Christmas is coming and you got to be out of there by
you
January 1st.
shouldn't do that. No.
Almost everyone says that's really harsh. It seems like something maybe based on how long you've been in the unit. You need a couple of months before you're evicted.
Sure.
And I wouldn't even call it eviction. I'd call it non-renewal of the lease. And the tenants union's point is no landlord is going to throw out everyone in the building so he can raise the rate.
Of course.
If you got paying renters, nobody throws them all out on the hope that you can double the rent and cause it to stick. That's just an insane straw man. I'm sorry to beat the topic.
No, Dave, no, Dave, and thank you, and have a great weekend, my friend. No, because this is an important topic. Because when the left can't get a hold of money through taxes, they will. If you can't get the money, what's the next thing the left goes after, right? If they can't get the money, if they can't raise taxes, if they can't do the mansion thing and all that, what's the next thing they go after? When you can't actually get the money, you go after the property. So we'll see how this shakes out. Hey, coming back, we'll do a break here. I have this new CNN poll. Remember the CNN poll last week rattled a lot of feathers with voter ID. This one is getting a lot of buzz, too. We'll do that when we come back right here on WICC.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliofson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Let's go!
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound Danbury accident approaching the Super 7 has things backing up into Newtown. Lower Fairfield County 95 north an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is a little easier. New Haven 91 south. You're jamming exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf Wilbur Cross isn't much help. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Annette Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clouding over this evening, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Tomorrow is sunny with a high near 40. Sunday, partly sunny with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Live and local talk for the end of the workday. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Live on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, I'm going to leave you with this, just a little fodder for the weekend here. We can toss this around later on. Remember a couple of weeks ago, CNN came out with a poll. And we talked about it. Here we took a couple of hours. Here it's been all over MS Now. It's been all over CNN and Fox. You had people like Chuck Schumer sounding like a moron, which is not difficult for him, saying, well, a lot of stuff in this voting bill that Trump wants to do, which, by the way, I don't agree with a lot of it. But my point on this stuff is choose your words carefully. And he was even, Chuck Schumer was even getting pilloried by people like Stephen A. Smith, other black commentators, when they said, I saw one the other day, in fact, last night. What's her name? Oh, she's on CNN. Abby something on CNN. She's like, oh, this is Jim Crow 2.0, and this is back to the antebellum South. And I'm just sitting there going, oh, my God, will you stop it? Anyway, they're talking about this voting bill to federalize the elections. And, of course, they picked up on the fact that 91% of Republicans, 71% of Democrats, 76% of black voters, 85% of white voters, 83 or 84% of Hispanic voters say, yeah, there should be some sort of, if not an actual federal voting ID card, some standard, okay? Because some states want photo ID, some don't. So they got a lot of mileage on that. So there's a new one now that there's already pushback on. With people saying, well, in 2028, MAGA will be dead because moderate Democrats, they're going to come back. They're getting the message now that moderation is the key. We word moderate, and that's how Trump won. Well, Harry Enten on CNN says, not true. Hold my beer.
CNN asked this last year, which was, okay, Democrats who think of themselves as democratic socialists, among all Democrats, including those independents who lean towards the Democratic Party. Look at this. We're talking about a third of all Democrats who identify as democratic socialists. Bernie Sanders and Zohran Mamdani are not alone. They are a considerable part of the Democratic base at this point. And more than that, if you look at Democrats under the age of 35, they are nearly half of the Democratic Party. Look at this. 42% of Democrats think of themselves as democratic socialists under the age of 35, just like Zohran Mamdani. That, what happened in New York City, is not some aberration, right? It is not something that just happened in New York City. It is something that we are seeing grow within the Democratic Party at this particular point when we're talking about 42% of Democrats under the age of 35 identifying as democratic socialists and a third of all Democrats. My goodness gracious.
So if the ideology of the Democratic Party is shifting or changing, how are people feeling about it?
Okay, so we're talking about the Democratic base, right? But what about all Americans, right? How about all voters? Voters who say the Democrats are now too liberal. Look at this percentage. It was 42% in 96, 48% in 2013, now 58% in 2025 of all voters say that the Democratic Party is too liberal. The Democrats are moving to the left, the far left is gaining power, and there could be some electoral repercussions because what we see right now is voters, the clear majority, say that they are too liberal.
How about that? Of all Americans, now they didn't just ask this of Democratic-leaning voters or registered Democrats. Did you hear what Harry Anten said there? Of all Americans, 58%, almost 6 in 10 Americans, say the Democratic Party is too liberal. Well, what were the other years, Paul? Well, back in 96, it was only 42%. In 2013, it was 48%. So in the last 13 years, that's jumped 10 points. So again, now, who knows? They may win again. Look, I think there's going to be a blue wave in November, but then what happens in 2026? You've got virtually 6 in 10 Americans saying, man, the Democrats are just too far left. So, because look, they see AOC, they see Bernie Sanders, again, with his, Statler and Waldorf act from the Muppets, the guy who owns multiple homes, a multimillionaire himself, saying, how great socialism is. Now, again, you may like it. That's not for me to judge. But, again, what are people saying? And I'm reading things, well, Andy Beshear from Kentucky, he's not the answer. And Josh Shapiro from Tennessee, he's not the answer. From Pennsylvania, rather, he's not the answer. J.B. Pritzker, he's too centrist. We need somebody further to the left. Really? Go ahead and do it. I'll get the popcorn, the peanuts, the pork rinds, whatever you want, the peanut brittle, all the peas there. I'll get it all set. And a nice adult beverage or 2 or 4 and watch this in 2018. Now, maybe the mood of the country will swing left and that'll match up. But you folks out there who seem to think it's going to be just a blowout in 2028, probably not. But again, a recent CNN poll, All Americans poll, they do a representative slice. You can poll Americans with about 1,400 votes. You can. I know it sounds weird, but technically you can do it. I remember that from my stat class. But these two figures, 58% say the modern-day Democratic Party is too liberal. It's too far to the left. So you can talk about ICE and doing this and innocent migrants and whatever. The echo chamber of that is not where most of the country is. How do they not get that? And then the previous numbers that Harry Anten was talking about there, 33%. Did you hear this figure? 33%, 1/3 of all Democrats consider themselves democratic socialists now. Well, Paul, socialism's not such a bad word, but if you look at the different countries, nobody wants to hear that. 1 out of 3 Democrats says they're democratic socialists. Oh, okay. Maybe you'll win running on that. I don't know. 42% of Democrats under 35. How does that happen? I'll tell you why it happens. Because they want everything immediately. Under 35, and you've made your mind up economically. You've been working for what? It's your select job. 10 years? So, man, oh, man, listen. This is one of my theories. I have stuck with it. It bore itself out in the 2024 race, and it will bear itself out. My gut feeling tells me again in 2028. Maybe not to the extent that everybody expects. But 2024 was a matchup of crazy versus broken. Oh, Trump's crazy. He's nuts. But sometimes crazy is right on stuff. You may not like it, all right? Broken is broken. Broken doesn't work. But they took a look at everything. And again, it wasn't close. I don't care what the former vice president says, Ms. Harris, with all due respect, you lost all 7 swing states, you lost the Electoral College, and you lost the popular vote. Now, how do you fix that for 2028? Do you fix that by 1/3 of your party considering themselves Democratic Socialists and pointing to a guy like Zohran Mamdani who still hasn't gotten all the snow and the garbage picked up in New York City yet from 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, whenever that was now? Really? Really? Okay. And 6 in 10 Americans say the party is screwed up, man. They're too far left. But again, keep talking about ICE. And, oh, by the way, ICE. Oh, and you know what? By the way, still, how about we talk more about ICE? That'll work.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound Danbury accident approaching the Super 7 has things backing up into Newtown. Lower Fairfield County 95 north an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is a little easier. New Haven 91 south. You're jamming exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf Wilbur Cross isn't much help. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, a few snow showers after midnight with a low near 20. Saturday, sunny with a high of 40. Partly sunny Sunday with a high in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty and Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty and Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth? It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty and Company Realtors. And remember,
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And thus ends another broadcast week here. Thank you so much. Have a happy and wonderful and lovey-dovey Valentine's Day weekend. Now, I will not be in this slot on Monday, President's Day, but oh boy, are you lucky. You get to wake up with me Monday morning on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program. I will be in for Ms. Sheketoff on Monday morning. So hang out. Yes, I chose to work on Monday morning. Doesn't bother me. Love doing the morning show. So we'll do that, and we'll recap all the stuff locally and nationally from the weekend. We'll take your calls, take your text messages, as well as we gather after the weekend. So be careful out there. Chris Williams, thank you once again for all your fine and dandy work. News, top of the hour coming up from CBS, very latest, and then more of the good stuff right here on WICC.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Peter King. President Trump is talking about a big change he'd like to see in Iran. His remarks coming after a visit to U.S. troops at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
Talks are ongoing between the U.S. and Iran as President Trump insists Iran end its nuclear program.
So far, they do a lot of talking and no action.
One action the president says he would like to see is a regime change in Iran.
Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen.
In the meantime, Trump is ramping up the U.S. military presence in the Middle East.
Tremendous power has arrived, and additional power, as you know, another carrier is going out shortly.
Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Trump is also promising changes to an election process he claims is corrupt. CBS's Cammie McCormick says he's demanding Congress enact tough voter ID laws to go into effect with this fall's elections.
President Trump, in a Truth Social post, called on Republicans to put the issue at the top of every speech. He called it a can't miss for re-election in the midterms. He said if Congress won't approve new laws, he'll present them in the form of an executive order.
A partial government shutdown is about 6 hours away after Democrats and Republicans failed to come up with a compromise for restrictions on what ICE can and cannot do. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
It appears increasingly likely that at midnight tonight, DHS funding for the Coast Guard, for FEMA, and for TSA